most of these ones here are all Apex accounts, 1 funded, 3 evals, and then I also have another Lucid account which I'm currently going through, another Lucid eval should I say, which I'm currently running through at the moment. So I'm going to be trading the Apex accounts today. We're going to have a little bit of a look at the market, see what the market's doing. Let me know in the chat if there's any particular assets that you guys want to take a look at tonight during the London session, because otherwise I'm just going to go through the list like I usually do. But if you've got any particular assets that you guys do want to have a look at, then make sure that you let me know in the chat. Let's have a look at crude oil, see what crude oil is looking like on the high time frame. Kind of tapping our head on the top of this range at the moment, you can see here, right? So we got the top of the range being tapped. We could see price briefly sort of closed above it. Now it's come back to retest that zone. Got a little bit of a pivot coming up. Not a lot of volume follow through, and it's kind of like a slow grind towards the upside here. The delta is still positive. The volume delta is still positive. Price is making high highs at the moment, or attempting to make high highs. But you can see here that the volume is not supporting the move. So that's something I want to keep an eye on actually. The volume not supporting the move. We're actually getting hung up just below that major level of resistance, and we've created another little resistance zone here. So we've got the higher highs printing, but the volume not respecting the move. So there is a potential that we could see a bit of a reversal at this level if the momentum starts to dry up a bit. So I'm looking on the lowering time frames now. We can see we got the zone here. There's no short confirmation just yet, but there is a little zone here. So I want to see on the lowering time frames whether or not price starts to put in any sort of rejection. So we've got absorption here, which is good. That's a good indication on the 5 minute. And if we come down to the 1, you can see we're putting in a bit of a double top. So what I want to do now is I want to measure that retracement level with my fib retracement. See where that retracement come up to. It's come up to the 61.80. I'll probably be looking at a potential short coming up here. If I take the short, I want to know where my next key level is going to be. You'll probably be looking somewhere down there, probably this 1.618 here, and maybe even target the low as well. So that being said, which account do I want to put a trade on? We'll go for 50. How's the music and the mic level for you guys? Let me know in the chat. Make sure I select the right account to trade with. that's 17, isn't it? Yeah, so that's the one I want to do. It's always important that you're trading on the right account, right? Especially when you're dealing with like daily loss limits as well. If you've got accounts that have got daily loss limits, you want to make sure that you're trading on the right account. TradeAbate's quite good because you can actually lock yourself out of your account once you hit your daily loss limit. So you can manually set whatever you want that to be. And then once you hit that limit, it'll essentially lock you out of the account. So if you don't have any self-control, you can't help yourself to put trades on. Those daily loss limits are actually really, really good. So I'm probably looking at maybe running 10 contracts. And let's see, if we're looking at maybe like a 1-to-1, that'd be somewhere down there. But ideally we're looking for where the structure is, and there's actually structure down here. Just waiting to see how price responds at this level yet. There's no real confirmation because we could still come up and put in a bit of a high. If we lose the 9 EMA, that might be a different story. We just got to wait, be patient. So let's see what we look like on the 2 there. Yeah, so if we come back up and tap that 382, so I'll be looking to go short.
Order filled. Order filled.
All right, team, we got some money on. We got some trades on. Crude oil has been a very interesting asset over the last couple of days. It has been very, very choppy. You've just been consolidating through this kind of ascending range here. Very, very choppy setup. We do see a bit of an extension here. Again, that volume's not really doing much for us on the move towards the upside. So a short opportunity here is looking pretty good. And you can see where we're looking to take our profit as well. If we do come down, we do have the zone here. So the most likely point that we're probably going to find support from the buyers is down at this level here. You can also see there's a little bit of confluence just above that. So we've got the 6180 Fibonacci retracement level as well. So we'll leave that short to run. We'll see how we go. Remember, with these Apex accounts, they are intraday trailing drawdown as well. So you do need to be mindful of as the P&L is increasing on the account, those unrealized gains are counting from your drawdown from whatever the highest P&L point is of that account. So they're a lot more difficult to trade, especially when you're doing like larger time frame trades as well, as opposed to say a static drawdown or an end of day drawdown. With the Apex intraday trailing drawdown though, once you do get to the funded stage and you meet the minimum buffer target, that that intraday trailing drawdown does stay static once you meet that threshold. So I think it's about 52,100, I believe. So once you've hit 52,100 on the funded, you'll stop getting that intraday trailing drawdown. Is Bitcoin about to dump? Oh, I don't know. We'll have to have a look, eh? We'll see what Bitcoin's doing. Actually, I'll go to my chart in the watch list. Probably no good looking at the 3-minute time frame. So you can see why we're getting the bounce here, right? We've got this key level of support, what was previously support. After the pump where the market broke the previous all-time high, come back and or attempted to break the previous all-time high, come back down, found support, pushed up, and that's where prices bounce from in this instant. I want to chuck volume on to see what volume looks like. We did get a little bit of a climatic spike and start to push up here. This was the big climatic spike. Price is pushing up for now. It's quite impulsive, right? From a weekly candles perspective, we do still have 3 days before that candle actually closes. So there's no guarantee that this is going to close as a bullish engulfing like it is now. We've got to wait for more data. From a daily perspective, structure has now shifted, right? We got this nice double bottom formation, clean break with good volume, good buy effort as well on the break. So what I'll be looking for here is, if price is likely to keep pushing up, where can we expect sellers to start stepping in again? So we got this impulsive move. We can measure the fibs off of that fib retracement, and we are approaching the 50 fib. There is a little bit of structure to the left on that 50 fib here. So there is a little bit of resistance at that level. And then probably the next most significant level off of that, based off of structure and confluence with the fibs, would be around about the 707 at between 74 and 76k. Big climatic spike in volume. Now these can often signify a pivot in the market. However, in this case, the climatic volume isn't appearing at the top. It was from the bottom of this move, right? So that's that pivot that moved to the upside, not necessarily the reversal. Sid says he's got bearish divergence coming through. Let's have a look. There is some bearish divergence on the ultimate money flow indicator. The CBD is also negative, and you do have 3 consecutive pivots. So there is potential for a short-term short setup here. You may get one last sweep of the high before you get the move down. But at the moment, in terms of a short-term pullback, you might be able to get a move off of that. We did tap the 1272. There is still the potential, though, that we could come up to the 1382 and the 1618 as well in the short term. At the moment, it's just looking like price is consolidating. Like you could even get some sort of manipulated move to the upside before price comes back in and enters the consolidation. That might be you grab up to the upper level. But there is some early warning signs to suggest there might be a short-term pullback for now. It's a little bit of a pivot here as we're below this level. So yeah, that's usually a good sign. If I was looking for a short, I'd probably be monitoring it as well. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be going for a mega short until I start seeing other high time frame bearish signals and bearish confirmation starting to come through. But on the short term, for a short term setup, like, there's potential to short back down to swing lows. So here down to here, and then down to the low down there. And then as that progresses on the smaller time frames, you'll start to get more structure come through on the higher time frames, and those higher time frame structures will give extra conviction for the high time frame play. Key thing to remember here is like retail sentiment as well, and you know, how is the market likely to react to that retail sentiment? So we've been consolidating, not really doing much for a while. Everyone's getting pretty bored and pretty annoyed with crypto because their bags are down, and all of a sudden the market pumps and we get this massive move. Usually what will happen is retail will come in and say, oh yeah, we're so back, we're going to the moon, we're going to 200k. Not yet. We've still got a lot of work to do. We've got to clear significant levels, get some real structure on the lower time frames, higher time frames as well. But yeah, there's definitely an opportunity for a short-term short setup as well. Now keep in mind, this particular move here could purely be a corrective move to backtest or retest this flag formation. So that's often what can happen. You'll have like a horizontal level, whether it's this bottom one or the top one. Price breaks out, comes back down, sweeps the low. Then you get a retracement to confirm the breakout with a significant level. And then you either get the reversal, continuation in the trend, or once you reclaim that level, then there's a higher probability that you'll continue to the upside. There's good volume behind the candle though, which is what you'd expect to see with good confirmation of the move. It means the move's being supported by a wider portion of the market, as opposed to like just a select number of institutional buyers starting to drive price up. So that's what we want to see for good conviction that there's support behind the move. But yeah, we are dealing with that horizontal level as well. I'll just extend this to the left to actually see. Yeah, see there is correlating structure all the way across the left-hand side. And if you drag that even further, you've also got that previous cycle high as well, just off the top. We're kind of just within that range. I think if we were to reject off of that range, it'd be a pretty good case for a short setup as a minimum down to here. So it'd just be a case of trying to find a good R&R, good risk to reward. And then if that level of support fails as well, it does have the potential to change any sort of short setup into more of a long-term swing setup. Yeah, the follow through here is still quite strong from the buyers. You've got good effort. You will get price start to stall out and consolidate, but then there is still the possibility that you can consolidate and then get another leg up. So you just need to wait for more data to come through on the charts. What else is everyone looking at on the charts? Seds reckons he was thinking up to 71k, then down. Yeah, probably. Yeah, 71k, pretty much. This range here is from 68 all the way up to 72k. 71 would be around about... yeah, around our 50 fib. There's also a little bit of structure here, so like you always look for these like little retracements, these little consolidations. As price goes impulsive, you get a little consolidation, then you get another impulsive. These are usually good magnets for the market as well, so price to recover to those levels. See what I mean about crude oil? It's been so choppy over the last few days. We did actually manage to get a really good short on it last night, but it's just been so choppy. There's been no real decision. So we'd come all the way up to the top here, but into like a drawdown of about $120, and now we're all the way back down to pretty much where we started again. So this is a good sign though. We've got a evening star. This high here is lower than this high, so if price can remain below this high, we might get that little retracement, that little pullback that we're waiting for. Especially once it loses the 9 EMA as well. Price will likely naturally try and gravitate down towards the VWAP as well, because we're quite overextended from it. So You can see there's a little bit of a double topping structure here. Nice evening star. Second peak failed to reclaim the first one. And then we've got our 50 to 60% retracement on the fourth candle, which is exactly what we like to see. Good entry points after you get those bearish candlestick confirmations. Wait for a 50 to 60% retracement of that engulfing candle, and then look for the setup. Is anyone else looking at something different in the market? Got to get my pre-workout because the market's been really testing me both physically and mentally. Trading's a workout, man. It's mental gymnastics. Now, one really important thing when you are trading prop firms, you don't trade them how you would trade your live account. It's not the same strategy. It's not the same way to manage your risk. Your overall goal with trading prop firms is to manage your risk in a way that you're not going to breach. You're not going to breach the eval, and then once you get to funded, you're not going to breach the funded account. The idea and the way that most of the profitable traders that trade prop firms actually make their money is they scale the number of funded accounts that they have so that they can spread their risk a lot thinner over multiple accounts. Because most of these prop firms, you're dealing with a $2,000 to $3,000 drawdown. So a $50,000 account, funded account, sounds good in theory, but you're not actually getting a $50,000 funded account. You're getting 50x leverage with a $2,000 account because that's your max drawdown. So you're really constrained with what you can actually do. Price is moving in our favor now. We're going to move our stop loss into profit. You would not believe the amount of times that I said to take profit and it like almost hits it and then doesn't. There we go. Nice easy trade for the day. So we're down 754 from earlier from the Asia session. But yeah, nice little trade there. Good short setup. It's got more legs on it. There's definitely more room to run. But I'm happy to take $200 profit, $250 profit on a trade. You do $200 profit per day on 5 different 50k accounts, and you're up $1,000 for the day. So it's all about perspective, right? Peter said the NQ has been shocking today. Yeah. So NQ is looking pretty bearish at the moment. All right. I know I shared it with you guys the other week on the live call, right? This kind of head and shoulder structure that we're putting in. I think we're coming down at the very least to come and get some of the liquidity left over from this wick. But I would say price will probably come back to retest this previous high as support since breaking out. This drop that we had happened off of a very significant level, right? We had fib retracement confluence. We also had this kind of trend line break retest coincide with a key horizontal level. We could see that price was expanding through a bit of a consolidation, creating those higher highs, and at the same time the volume was either stagnated or the cumulative volume delta was actually coming down, and now we can see that volume delta is negative. I would expect from here that we actually start to get follow through and we continue down even further. The stock market has been just completely completely propped up by liquidity injections for no real reason at all. Like, if you look at what's happening around the world and the state of the economy, it's like, where's all this money coming from that we're just pumping into all of these stocks? It just doesn't make any sense. And I know a lot of people at the moment are keeping a very, very close eye on the yen. So what happens is people take out 0% interest loans in Japan, pump it into the stock market, but then the interest rates change, and all of a sudden people start taking profits so that they can pay off the interest on their loans, and the stock market usually takes a dive as a result. I don't want to get too much into the fundamentals because that's not my area of expertise, but if you guys are into fundamental analysis, jump over to Empire. You see the link in the description for the stream, and you want to jump on our Alpha and Fundamentals live calls with Matt Sedia. He's our fundamentals guru. He's got a better understanding of what's going on in the market. I kind of just focus on the charts. Show me the chart and I'll tell you the news. All right, well, we got one nice short earlier on in the session, and we didn't have to wait 5 hours on the stream to get it. I know the market's been really slow the last few streams that we had, but that's good. You can see the wins, you can see the losses, you can see the whole process, right? We're not trying to I'll say again, we're not trying to cherry pick just a winning trade just to show you a highlight reel. You can see there's the loss for the day from the Asia session, and here's the win from the stream. So with that being said, I mean, we are talking about NQ. Let's see if we can actually find a nice NQ setup. We did have this kind of ascending wedge formation with the double top up here. Nice absorption off of that as well. Double top gave us bearish divergence, and we could see that the volume delta was already negative at that point. So when you get that inverted hammer, and then we've had this engulfing up to, after that absorption at that key level, if you were able to get a short off that, that could not be any more textbook, and that would have been a mega short. Nearly a 3% move to the downside. I think what a lot of people are going to be waiting for now is they're probably waiting for some sort of bottoming structure, hoping that it's going to recover. So something like this. Peter said he's thinking the same on the higher time frame. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. The market is very, very interesting right now. So we made some money on that account. We've got our full drawdown for that, so we've got full $2,000 drawdown for this one. See if we can get this one back above. So that's a different account. Yeah, the only thing with trading in NQ at this range is we're consolidating. There's no real trend going on here. Not on the 1 hour time frame at least. Like, if you can find good trending setups or the start of a good trend setup on a high time frame and then come down to the smaller time frames, you look to scalp those entries, you'll get a lot better moves. It makes it a lot more difficult when you're dealing with a range like this, especially when it's such a choppy range like this. Like, there's no real consistent level of resistance because you've got these wild swings just above here. We're kind of in the middle of that range now, so ideally if we were going to look for a long setup, we'd probably look somewhere here and then maybe down here so we can set an alert. But yeah, the opportunity to jump into a position isn't really there just yet. Just a little bit of structure up there. See if price can come back and retest the structure up here. Might be able to get a really aggressive scalp. It needs to be above there. Drop my contract size down because I don't really want to risk that much. Yeah, I'm not really interested in this unless it comes back up to my level, because otherwise the entry is far too aggressive because you're entering halfway through a move. Maybe got to wait till US session tonight, hopefully. Yeah, the US session has been driving the market, as it does. Usually comes in, ruins everyone's day. And when you think about it, like the NQ and the S&P is like been really easy to trade for a long time for a lot of people on the higher time frames, because it's just been going up. So if you can find a good opportunity on the higher time frames for a retracement and just jump in, you could just pump the trades out. But as we know, markets don't always go up. Just because the S&P 500 and things like that has historically done, 5 to 10% annually, doesn't mean that it's always going to do that. Everyone thought the housing market, real estate was the best investment ever. It was never going to crash, and look what happened. So never say never. I know what we'll do. We'll bring this up and capture. Let's have a look. See what the team's looking at on Empire. See, this saves me a bunch of time because now I don't have to go and scan the market looking at all their different assets. I can just see what the team's looking at. Cullen's looking at a wolf wave setup for Bitcoin, and he's targeting about the 71k range as well, same as Sed's. 71, 72k. That also coincides with that range that we drew out. So yeah, seems like everyone's got the same level in mind. That tells us that there's a lot of eyes on that level, so that's usually a good indication of like confluence, right? Everyone's thinking the same thing. Different forms of analysis, but essentially reaching the same conclusion about the levels and stuff as well. So potential wolf wave setup. Very similar to what we were saying as well, how we could get that manipulated move to the upside. So you're looking at the same thing here, and then he's got two potential take profits in mind if it goes down. If you guys are interested in the stock market as well, head over to Empire. You'll see the link in our description for this YouTube stream. Jump on Coach Foyle's advanced trading market scan calls. This guy's an absolute goat. Very knowledgeable guy when it comes to the stock market. So if you're interested, go ahead, jump on those calls. You can sign up for a free account via the link in the description as well. What else do we have a look at? Oh, what's Jason looking at? Injective. You guys love trading injective. Nice bullish divergence there. RSI. It's got bullish divergent. UMF, ultimate money flow, also bull div. He's got his harmonic pattern. It's on the 4 hour. Let's have a look at injective because that looks pretty good. $71K tagged, yeah. Sorry I'm late, team. Couldn't offload the kids. Biddy went back up. Oh, what time do you call this, mate? We've been waiting the whole time for you. What did you miss? Oh, lots actually. You missed out. So we actually took a trade on crude oil, nice little short. So we're up $326 for that account. The $754 loss was from earlier in the day in the Asia session for that account. But yeah, so far on the stream we're up, we're in the green, so good to see. And that trade actually played out quickly for a change. We didn't have to sit here till midnight waiting for shit to happen, which is good. Carlin said he's got everyone on INJ. Let's have a look. Yeah. Looks like it started moving. Yeah, that's nice, that. Get rid of these. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. Nice rounding bottom. Prices come down, put in almost a bit of a flag type structure or wedge type structure. So where's our parallel tool? It's good to see that we've held support at this level, right? We come in, very significant level of support. We've swept the lows, nice rounding bottom. Rounding bottom, price consolidating. Then we got big expansion, sell off. Usually when you see big expansions like this, you generally get like a 60 to maybe 80% retracement, which is probably what we got here. So if we go from the bottom, yeah, so we got about a 70% retracement on that. Nice push of support, really strong bullish engulfing as well. You can see that you got the climatic spike, the follow through. And right now, if price closes above where it is, you'll be breaking that structure, right? So if you can close above here, get a nice break in structure. I'd say if you're not already in this, probably, like, unless you're looking for a nice like higher time frame position, probably don't want to be jumping in just yet. I'd either like to see like a pullback back to this level or an actual breaker structure up here. Those would be the two areas I'd be looking for. INJ will have no liquidity left soon, the way the boys smash it. Yeah, so we're at a key level of resistance at the moment. Similar to Bitcoin, right? very similar to Bitcoin. Impulsive move, and now we're kind of getting that little bit of a pause, a little bit of a consolidation as price is still expanding through a bit of a channel almost. But yeah, I think trying to short momentum at the moment is not usually the best play. This is looking very wolf wavy here, Carlin. I'm by no means the wolf wave expert, but that's looking very wolf wavy. At the key level of resistance. Dropped it in the V7 chat. Let's have a look. Yeah, we were saying the same thing before, Carl, and we didn't have the same formation drawn out as you, but we marked out our levels. SEDS was looking around about the 71k region as well, but we were expecting, like, if price moved up, come and tap that level and get a manipulated move to the upside. So it's, yeah, good to see we're all sort of on the same page. Looking at different structures most likely, but yeah, ultimately reaching the same sort of conclusion. And you generally see on these manipulated moves too, you see the climatic volume spikes actually come through, and then you get the absorption, right? Get the buyer effort pushing the price up, and then it immediately gets absorbed by the sellers. Back in the channel and run it down. Yeah, nice. Oh, one thing I do want to share with you guys, because we've actually been tracking this for like well over a month now. If I can find the original post, let me just see if I can find it. It's in one of the groups in here. Some winning trades or technicals. So many charts. That was Bitcoin, that was ADA, this one. So about a month ago, we posted this analysis on Solana, outlined this Wyckoff pattern, or if you like the simplified version dumbed down, the AME, the ICT acronym. But essentially, we were looking at this accumulation phase. We had good volume expansion. The price then broke the range. You only broke the range for two reasons: either you're changing market structure, continuing the trend down, or you're scooping liquidity before coming back up. So this is where we posted it here. We were looking at an entry off of that, ready for the expansion, and we were targeting target 1 and target 2 and target 3. And I did note that once we got the push off of this level, that the push up could happen quite rapidly. So we were keeping an eye on that about a month ago. Now, if we look at Solana on the chart now, on the daily, yeah, you can see where we're pushing really well right now. So this AME is now in full effect. Next point of interest is obviously our target 2 to the top of that range. But you can see that we've actually taken out target 1, and we did get a really nice long, which we spoke about on the live stream the other week. We had this move mapped out here. We had that, see the zone, the little grey zone there. We were looking at a retracement back down to the 61.80 and back down to that zone, and you can see price came down, it tapped it, it got our entry, buyers stepped in aggressively and pushed price back up. In the process, we put in this very nice like high time frame double bottom structure here, so you can see on the higher time frames, nice double bottom. There is the potential that we could come back to back test the neckline, but the next target is definitely that target 2, and we did get a really nice long off of that, which we can see in the winning trades. Lots of winning trades from Empire team these last few days. But yeah, that was our long position, our entry, 74.3 cents. This was the snapshot from last night. Obviously, it's gone up since then. But yeah, we're looking really, really good for our Solana long. So good. This is why you jump on the streams, right? You get to see the before and the after. And we also find the alpha, right? We find the setups before they happen. But yeah, that AME is now in full effect. Oops. It's not even sharing the right screen. Hang on, let me get it back up again so I can show you. This one, there you go. Got my phone and my laptop volume sync sounds double dope. Alright, let's see if we can find some more trade setups, guys, because that's what we want to do. We want to find some money in the market. We'll go back to crude oil. See, lucky we took the profits when we did. That's why we marked out our levels. See, look, come down, tap the key level, bounce back off again. Eddie said they will say no one could have known. Yeah. Lots of people think trading is like reading tea leaves. But as traders, you're not trying to predict the market, right? You're analyzing data based off of probability, and you're finding the most probable scenario and then allocating capital towards that scenario and managing your risk throughout it. So if you're not managing your risk and you're just putting money on like Bitcoin to go up and Bitcoin comes down, you're just going to get wrecked and end up blowing up your account. The idea is you have to treat it like a business. You have to have a structured approach. You have to manage your bankroll and your risk effectively so that when you do lose, which is guaranteed, like you are going to lose trades. It's as simple as that. Anyone that says that they don't lose trades is full of shit. But you will lose trades. Now, if you're managing your risk effectively, you can account for those losses and recoup them when you do get those wins. There's a saying, fast money is dumb money, and it's easy come, easy go. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Empire all the way. Fucking A. Yeah, so crude oil here, it's getting a little bit of momentum. It's got a bit of legs behind it. Good follow through. It did see how it broke above our zone. So if we turn on our, actually it'll be on the other chart because we took mini contracts. See, basically come down, tapped our exact level that we marked out, and then execution marks, execution labels, and I think it was on that one. Yeah, so you can see where we got out. Just just before it tapped our level. We got the short from there, in and out. If we were holding on to this position, trying to basically short it to the ground, we would have just round tripped all our profits off of that move. So yeah, textbook entry, textbook exit. I have a few mates that have now turned long-term investors, even though I said it was coming back down and don't want to listen to the fake guy. You know, I know so many people, and I'm one of them because I used to do it as well. And sometimes I even still do it, but I know so many people that have round tripped their entire portfolios, right? So they were buying Bitcoin back in like 2021 before the next bull market. They basically, I know someone that put like 10 grand in, they were up like 30, 40K, and then they refused to sell because they didn't have an exit strategy, and they ended actually losing money. It's like you had so many opportunities to take profits and you didn't. But then you go on social media and everyone says, oh, diamond hands hodl. It's like, oh, okay, well, you might think that Bitcoin's bullish long term over the next 20, 30 years or whatever, but you essentially round trip your entire position, don't take any profits, then you hold a depreciating asset at a loss in drawdown for a couple of years while you wait for the market to stabilize. So then you've got capital trapped into this depreciating asset where you could have just taken profits and then reallocated it into something better performing and then reinvested back into Bitcoin at a lower price. Blows my mind. I listened, he walked away with 50. Oh, one listen, he walked away with 55K. Yeah, nice. That's a good return on investment, man. 55K. We'll get rid of those execution marks because those are going to get in the way. We're back up at that resistance level now, that major one. We might be able to get another short if we start seeing the right things. Price is rejecting off the 1618. I do want to see a zone start printing up here. You can see we got the wicks to the upside and there's a little bit of exhaustion starting to come through. The volume delta is declining. Be quiet. 382. You can see the volume as well is diverging here, right? Failing to make new highs. However, still nothing concrete yet to suggest that we're going to come down. I'm not seeing any zones being printed yet. It's just a bit of a wait and see. Just going up the time frames now to see if there's any zones that have come through. We've got this zone and we're kind of just above it. Diamond hands, welcome back to McDonald's. Yeah, I always tell Moon Boys the exact same thing. Every Moon Boy that I meet, I always say the same thing. I say, I'll have the coffee, please. Yeah, nothing really concrete here for a short setup. Have a look at MNQ because that come up to, oh, that came down to our level. See, I was hoping we were going to get this pivot back to actually sweep this level. Unfortunately, we didn't. Otherwise, that would have been a nice little scalp short setup. But I don't want to be jumping into a short whilst there's already downside momentum and the price is already moving. I want to try to catch one of those pivots back into my level to get the entry, or I want to be getting the entry like here somewhere as we're back testing like the VWAP. This is looking pretty stink as well. Big absorption off of that. Seller's definitely in control. Coming back down to a key level of support. What else can we have a look at? What's the yen doing? Everyone's got a close eye on the yen at the moment. It's always a good idea to keep an eye on what the yen's doing. Have a look at the BOJ, Bank of Japan. They do have a significant impact on the stock market. Two in the pink, one in the stink. What's gold looking like? What does gold want to do? I mean, it's tapping off the VWAP, but there's nothing there to really give me confidence that there's a short setup on that one. Price is kind of just consolidating in this range. I mean, you could say, oh, this is a bit of a head and shoulders structure, but it's not really giving me anything concrete to look at a short setup just yet. Here we go, we got some price roll over here now. We'll see if we get some follow through, maybe some change in structure. I might just turn on my volume candles just to see if we've got it. Nah, so there's no real volume stopping candle up here, which I would have liked to have seen. So like similar to what we got here, right? You got this nice impulsive green candle. So good buyers coming in, and then you immediately had that volume absorbed and stopped out with the engulfing candle that preceded it. Have we got any new people on the stream tonight? If you're new to the stream, let us know in the chat. Shorts around 4,490-ish on gold. Yeah, so you're waiting for if price comes lower. Like, here's a real easy short setup, right? If you don't want to try do what I do and try and get the top or get close to the top, because you're looking very sort of AME-ish here, right? Potential manipulation to the upside. So you can just wait for price to re-enter in the zone, because once you lose that high as support, you've basically just invalidated that break above, and then at the very least you'll probably get a move down to the bottom of this range here. But you can, if you know what to look for, you can get these topping moves. You just wait for some sort of double topping structure, either with a lower high. If you get it with a higher high, you need bearish divergence with it, and then you also need to see absorption, some sort of absorption or climatic spike in volume. We've got a climatic spike here, but that was for the up move. We've got a little spike here off of this down move ideally what I would want if I'm going to go for the aggressive entry is I'm looking to run my retracement off of here. I would probably look for just turn this off. Set off there. I would probably look for some sort of retracement up to here, and failing that, I would be looking for, where did that other zone pop up? Was it the 1 hour? Yeah, up the top of the 1 hour. Then if price actually manages to break above that high, you'd be targeting anywhere from like the 113 to maybe the 1382 for some sort of like expanded flat like that. And then that's when you want to see the bear div on the indicator and the price action. Those are the better entries I'd like to get into. I don't really want to be entering just here, but if that move doesn't come and price breaks down straight away, I'd either be looking for signs of strength to catch the next long, or if price re-enters the structure, gives us the back test, then I can catch the short down below. Yeah, your price will be slightly different, bro, because I'm on micros. And then this one here. Are you looking at gold on like Bitfunded or? Oh, you're trading USDT. Yeah, that'll be why. Yeah, so like when you see the 1 and the exclamation mark, it automatically, when you put the position on, it automatically assigns it to the right contract. So you can see you got different dates for the contracts here. But when you're trading this one, it automatically, if I put a position on it, it'll automatically assign it to the correct contract. Oh, there's a nice little level on that one, but it hasn't come through on that, so that's interesting. It's worth noting. That $700 loss too that we've got on the account. This one here. Now, fun fact about that loss, completely my fault. I hadn't closed that position before the close of the market, before the wheat market close. And then when the market actually opened, it had come down to pretty much just above where my break even was, so I had a stop loss at break even. It pretty much come just above that, but because I was sleeping, I didn't actually manage to trade. And what I should have done is, because what happened was the market had closed, the position should have been exited before the market had closed. Then the market has reopened, prices shot down very, very quickly. And what I should have done is actually stayed awake for that market open so that I could close the position out, but I didn't. And that's why I got the $750 loss. The other thing you have to actually be careful with is a lot of these prop firms actually have rules about when trades have to be closed out. So some of them won't let you trade news events. You're not allowed to hold positions through news events. Some will have that you're not allowed to open new positions like 1 minute before or 1 minute after a news event. And then other ones will require that you actually exit your positions manually before the market close. So, for example, with the wheat futures that I was trading, hadn't actually exited that position, and I probably should have, because in a lot of cases they can actually either take profits off of you or they actually breach the account. So in this case, I've just taken a loss. I haven't been told that I've breached it, so that's a good sign. Then for like other assets, like if you've got a trade on say NQ or something like that, and then you have like a market close, then sometimes it'll just automatically close out that position. So yeah, position management becomes very, very important. It's actually very high risk to hold positions through those market closes as well, especially if you're looking at scalps. But I didn't close it in time, so yeah, I definitely want to see price return to this range up here if we can. That'd be, I'm pretty sure it's during live accounts and evals as well. There's different rules for evals and live accounts. So actually I should specify. So you've got your evaluation account, you've got your funded account, and then you have a live account, which is actually separate again, right? So there's actually 3 different stages. So the funded account you can make money on, and you might have payout cap limits, or you can only take a certain amount of payouts every so often, things like that. When you go to a live account, it's a little bit different. You can take things like daily payouts. The rules might be slightly less different as well. You generally, when you get moved to live, it's seen as a good thing, but a lot of the guys that trade prop firms successfully actually find it easier to just churn out evaluations and just rinse funded accounts than going to a live account, because when you get moved to live, you basically start from scratch again, but you get more consistent payouts, better rewards, and things like that as well. If you fail or breach a live account, they'll usually give you like a stand down period, so you might not be able to trade again or buy another eval for like a month or a couple of weeks. And then if you breach a live account too many times, they'll probably just ban you altogether. So yeah, you've got to be mindful of that as well. But you generally have to sign a contract when you go over to live. So Apex do live accounts, I believe. They've just started doing live accounts as well. Lucid does live accounts. Lucid's live accounts are really, really good from what I can gather, from what I've seen online, and in the Reddits and Discords and things like that. People seem to love the Lucid live accounts. But if you're looking at trading futures prop firms, the Lucid seems to be the preferred one for payouts, because the payouts are a lot quicker. Lowest value to entry that I can find is probably Apex, because you can buy, say, a 50k end of day or a 50k intraday drawdown account with the activation fee. So if you buy it with the activation fee, it costs more. If you buy it without the activation fee, it's significantly less, right? So if you buy, say, 5 evals and you breach them, you fail them, but you haven't paid an activation fee, you've actually saved money on that. So you only pay the activation fee after you've reached the funded stage to activate that account. So with Apex deals that they've got on at the moment, you can pick up, I think, a 50k intraday trailing drawdown with an activation fee. I think is like 24 US dollars you can pick up one account for. So yeah, really cheap value to entry. And if you use the link in the description, use coupon code RAZ at checkout, you'll get 90% off as well. Where's the... We're at a very strong level of resistance right now on this. This is the one that I didn't close out. Or was it Wednesday? Thursday? Yeah, see, I had a short down to here. And then price had come down, and I think it was on this wick because the market reopened at 12. My break-even point was like just here, and I was trying to get the short. Yeah, 90% off, bro. So like, if you use the link in the description, follow that, and then when you get to the checkout, use coupon code RAZ, R-A-Z, and it'll give you 90% off. And then that should, for a 50k intraday trailing drawdown with an activation fee, it'll be like $24 US. And then when you activate it, I think it costs like 49 bucks or something. But you got to use the coupon code each time, otherwise you'll pay way more. You can buy bundles as well to make it cheaper, so you can buy like 5 accounts at once. Intraday drawdowns like a lot harder to trade than end of day. End of day drawdowns are always better, but you usually pay more in price for end of day drawdown. Come on, where's some setups? Where's some setups? This will be similar. Yep, that's the same. It's same. Gold still indecisive, very choppy. Yeah, most of the futures prop firms that you'll use, like I select TradeAvate, which you can see here, TradeAvate. You can actually go to broker integration on TradingView and connect your broker directly up to TradingView with TradeAvate. And then you can see here, I'm logged into my TradeAvate account, so I can see all of the information for that account as well. And then you can actually, on the TradeAvate account itself, or TradeAvate website, you can set like manual lockout restrictions. So you can set like daily profit targets, daily loss limit targets, where it locks you out of the account. If you are getting intraday trailing drawdown, you probably want to actually have this platform, TradeAvate platform, open separately in the browser, so that you can actually see what your distance to your drawdown is. But by having that broker integration with TradingView is much better, right? Because I can just set trades in here, drag and drop, and then run trailing stops with the trade as it's playing out. So there's no flicking in between the exchanges, trying to enter the information as you go. You can just do it all within TradingView. Oh, I really want to get a short on this. We've got the absorption starting to come through now, which is a good sign. We can see that there's a lot of volume starting to come in. We've got the double top. We've got the bearish divergence. We've got CVD coming down. And we've actually started to come below this high as well. So I think there might be a good little short setup here somewhere. And the next point probably down to there. There's a mini double top about to take shape here, just a little one. Haven't got the confirmation yet. Eddie said, Chair, I'll grab a few to test them out. Need to learn how to use more prop firms. Yeah. Just FYI, I do get a kickback if you use those affiliate links, but, you know, maybe I'll use the kickbacks to get some free evals and give them away on the stream one week. What do you guys reckon? Would you guys be keen for some free evals? Do like a stream giveaway at some point? Here we go. That's what we want.
Order filled.
Probably come up and sweep my stop loss now. See, if I say that each time, then it won't do it, because the market tends to always do the opposite of what I say out loud. Come on. Trying to take out that high again. So choppy. Just see what it looks like on the other chart, because sometimes you get levels that come through on the mini chart instead of the micros. See, it's trying to, this candle's trying to reclaim the liquidity from, see where the seller effort is here. It's trying to recapture above that. So if we can get the sort of breakdown below that, we might see a bit more downside on it. Some of you, if you're new to trading as well, you might find that, you know, having being able to watch your P&L go up and down like this in real time while you're scalping, it might play with your psychology a little bit. So you've got to plan the trade out, and then you've got to have your allowable risk that you're willing to lose on that position, and you've just got to just let it play out. Like if you win, you win, great. If you lose, well, then you can go back and learn a lesson from it. But the worst thing you want to do is start panicking when you start to see the trades moving against you, and then start playing around with the trade setup too much. You're just getting that consolidation at the top of the range now. No real conviction just yet, but it is looking like it does want to come down at some point. Come on, come back down here. Let's get some bricks on it. Here we go. Oh, I didn't use enough bricks. Gotta stack them. They reckon 60% of the time, this works every time. That's what we like to see now. Got that wick to the upside, failed to break the previous high, right? Failed to recapture. So the price pushed up, tried to grab the liquidity up from there, just wicked up there briefly, failed to recapture and close above that high, and now we're getting good follow through. See, I told you this works every time. We stack the bricks up and look. Honestly, any trader that's not utilizing brick emojis, they're doing themselves a massive disservice. So what we want to see on this candle now is we want to see the follow through. We want to see an engulfing candle come back down and sweep that low. If we do, then price is going to come back and it's going to try and sweep this low here. So we're just looking for that follow through. Oh, we've got to add another brick now. Look. So now this candle is going to try scoop the liquidity off of this candle. It's going to try recapture and close above this open and close for this candle. If it can't, higher probability that you're going to get continuation. I would like to see some more absorption come through, ideally. We got this absorption up here before we got this sweep. Ideally, if we could have got some absorption off of this, it would have been much higher conviction. But it's looking very double toppy. That's usually what we'd expect to see with the double top. Failure to recapture the previous high, big wick to the upside. Just waiting on that break of structure. What I want to do is have a look on the other time frames. Oh, we've got our zone now, which is good. So our resistance zone has started to come through now. It's a bit of a gap created between that candle. That'll probably try and fill that. I do actually want my stop loss ideally to be up here, but now that that zone's been created, we'll just see what my stop loss will be up there. I was still within the 250 range if we bring it up to 5.2. Usually like to risk anywhere from sort of 250 to 300 per trade. If you're dealing, like, if you've only really got $2,000 drawdown to play with, you don't want to be going really heavy on your setups. Once you build a bit of a buffer, you can start sizing up a little bit more aggressively. But yeah, especially when it comes to intraday trailing drawdown, you don't really want to go too deep. Now what we want to see here is some absorption to come through. Failure to break above here, ideally. You see this candle's actually recaptured that high just, but we need to see if price can hold above. This one's going to try and reclaim this one. Best advice for passing an eval is in the risk management side of it in psychology. Yeah, just managing your position sizing effectively. Being aware of, depending on what like drawdown you're using as well. Are you using an intraday or end of day drawdown? If you're using an intraday trailing drawdown, then you probably don't want to be aiming for higher time frame setups, right? Because they take a while to develop, and you might have the trade come down in your favor. You might be up $500. Then all of a sudden the market starts to reverse. It might not come back and take out your stop loss, but because your trailing drawdown is measured from the highest P&L of your account, you're essentially, as price is retracing after that $500 unrealized gain, you're losing $500 in drawdown on that retracement. If you're using an end of day drawdown, you want to be aware of exactly what time of the day that end of day snapshot is taken on the account, and I would recommend not even coming close to whatever your drawdown limit is. If you're using something like TradeAvate connected to TradingView, go onto the TradeAvate website and actually set a lockout so that, say, you can't lose any more than maybe $500-600 a day, and then if you do, it'll lock you out of the account for the day. Some accounts are different, so you want to understand the rules for each particular account type. They differ based on account, they differ based on prop firm. Don't assume that they're all the same. So for example, some prop firm accounts will have, if you do hit your daily loss limit, it's considered a hard breach, so you'll lose the account. Other accounts, you'll have a daily loss limit, but it's considered a soft breach. So once you hit the daily loss limit, you just won't be able to take any more trades on that account until it resets the following day. So yeah, really the key ones are risk management, bankroll management, so account management. Make sure you're using very small sizing risk, because if you've only got a $2,000 drawdown, you don't want to be putting $500 or $1,000 per trade. So I would look at anywhere from maybe like $150 to $300 per trade max, and stick to that as well. Keep your profit targets conservative. Don't always like shoot for the moon or aim for the ground. Make sure that your take profit levels align with key structure, and give it a little bit of room as well. So like if we've got a support level down here, I want my take profit to be slightly above that, because what can often happen is people try and front run their entries and they drive price back up, and it can sometimes miss your take profit. The other one, if this is especially if you use an intraday trailing drawdown, once you get a good move of price and price starts going in your favor, as a minimum bring your stop loss to your entry, and then you've taken a lot of the risk off of the table for that trade setup as well. And those are really the key ones. So like there's two different ways you can trade the evals. A lot of the big traders that make a lot of money with prop firm challenges just aim to pass their evaluations as quickly as possible. But they're looking at cost benefit analysis, right? So they know that if they can get to the funded stage, they've got a very high probability of receiving a payout. So they aim to reinvest their payout money into more evaluations, more challenges. And they know that if they full port them, they're probably going to pass like 1 or 2 of them out of 5. And then they can get those up to a payout and just keep recycling. If you're a beginner trader, I wouldn't recommend that, because you're going to end up just wasting money. Because a lot of people can pass the evaluations, but very few people actually get to the point of receiving a payout. I think it's something like 90% of people fail evaluations, and it's like something like 3 or 4% of people actually reach a payout after reaching the funded stage. So trade, if you're new, trade the eval how you would the funded account. Take it slow. Don't try rush it. This is just consolidating. You got the builder account on my funded futures. Yeah, so I think those builder accounts are like the best ones for getting your first payout. They recommend to buy those ones if you're trying to build towards getting your first payout, because your main goal once you get funded is to recoup the cost of your challenge fees, right? So as a minimum, you're trying to reimburse yourself for the cost of that challenge. So we got stopped out on that one. I know why. We didn't have enough bricks on there. That's why. That's cool. We'll just look for another setup. So $250 loss on that one. We got the $300 profit on the other one. We'll look for another setup. So it looks like crude oil wants to continue to run for now. Let's have a look at something else. Also, if you're new to prop firms as well, I wouldn't focus too much on just trying to scale multiple prop firm accounts to begin with. Just focus on the one evaluation, the one challenge. Try get it to the funded stage, and once you get to the funded stage, you may even decide to scale back your risk a little bit, just to try and get to that buffer point, right? Once you build that a little bit of buffer, especially with a end of day drawdown, you get a little bit more room. So for example, I think the Apex end of day and Apex intraday 50k accounts, once you reach a buffer of like 2,100, it hard locks your drawdown at 50,100, I believe. So you've then got a static drawdown as opposed to a trailing drawdown. But you always want to work towards that first payout, and once you're eligible for that payout, you want to at least take enough to recoup the cost of what you spent on your evals. Last thing you want to do is try build towards like a max payout and be like, you know, a couple of $100 shy of your max payout, and then end up blowing the whole account and losing everything. Peter said I've liked Lucid, good rules when funded. Yeah, Lucid's one of the most popular prop firms at the moment. The rules are really, really good. They pay out quite quickly as well, which is why people love them. Because at some point, a lot of the good prop firms do stop paying people for whatever reason. But Lucid seems to be pretty good, pretty consistent. Some of the fastest payouts that you can find from any prop firm. Yeah, you did that as well. Yeah. The thing is, everyone's always hung up and fixated on getting the payout, right? Your goal during the eval stage is survival to get to the funded, and then the goal once you get to the funded is to keep the funded. Once you start getting into that psychology or that mindset of chasing payouts, you start increasing your risk. You start trying to like front run entries, take high frequency number of trades just to get to that payout quicker. And then you get into over trading, right? So you start forcing positions that may not the best ones. But if you can make, say, $200 a day on a 50k account, that's a really good rate of return. $200 a day on a $50,000 account. The other thing I would say is don't compare yourself to other traders that are trading evals. So if you see like their P&L screenshot or their calendar with how much profit they made per day, and they've got like $5,000 profit for one day and then another $6,000 for the next day, like it kind of gives you a false sense of reality, is that's going to be the outcome, or that's the realistic outcome for a trader, for a profitable trader. You should be only measuring your success by your own performance, not the performance of others. And as I said before, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So if you try rush the eval phase, or you try rush the funded to the first payout, well, you run the risk of actually losing the money that you spent on the challenge. You have to buy another challenge, so then it's costing you twice as much, and then you're back to square one starting from the beginning again. Whereas if you had just gone slow right from the get-go, you would have saved money and you probably would have actually got there quicker. Yeah, your risk only needs to be small. Like 0.5% is probably even on the higher end of risk management for an account. Like with a personal account, you could risk 1 to 5% easily, and a lot of traders do. Risk anywhere from 1 to 5%. But when you're dealing with prop firms, because you've got such small drawdown limits, you only really want to be risking like 0.2 to 0.5% max. Once you get a buffer, then you can start risking a little bit more to scale faster. But yeah, usually 0.2, 0.5% max, I would say. And then if you get really, really close to your drawdown limit, you need to scale back your contract sizes really, really small. Like if you've only got $300 drawdown left to go, you probably don't want to go putting like 3 or 4 micro contracts on each trade. You probably want to scale back to 1 contract, start building your buffer up slowly again, and then build back from there, because otherwise you're going to breach the account. See, now this wants to roll over. Didn't want to roll over when I was trading it yesterday. It's a nice little double top setup there with no climatic volume though on this asset. Where's my levels? There's a little bit of bearish div there. That one's rallying. This wants to have a little bit of a bounce off of support. See a lot of people expecting that to be the bottom. Is there any follow through on that? It's an engulfing candle there. 0.3% sweet spot. Yep. He had $7 left for max drawdown on a 10k and nearly past phase 2 now. Shit, that's a good recovery, bro. $7. That's crazy. It's a nice little double bottom there. Where is price likely to come to if it bounces though? That's what I want to know. I don't really like it because you got the 9 EMA just here. The bias is still bearish for me as well for this. It'd be a pretty aggressive scalp. See, you do have bull div here. There is a bit of a double bottom. We have broken the structure and we are holding. Actually, you're probably going to come to there. And the long trade setup on that wouldn't be too good either, because ideally you want stop loss to be like there. And then we're going to run into resistance here. It's a shit risk to reward. I don't want to take that. If we can actually get price come back up to retest here would be good. See what this is doing. This is another one I was kind of looking at. Got good bearish divergence. At the moment the volume delta is negative. We do have this kind of trend line resistance that I've been keeping a close eye on, and I was looking at a very similar sort of head and shoulders structure. You can see we got confluence with the zone. We've also got the 6180 confluence there. It was 707's just above. Volumes tapering off with bearish div, and you can see it's kind of just been a slow grind on price. So I am keeping a close eye on potential for a short opportunity at the moment. We haven't really got any indication yet to say that this is going to roll over, because price is still trying to push. It's above this range here. So I would say if we can get a reclaim back into this range, we could probably get a nice short down to wherever that may go, down to the bottom. That'd be a nice 2 to 1 if we can find that set up. But you can see how the volume's just tapering off while price is printing high highs, and it is getting towards that level of confluence. Can you read my last message? How does accounts work with the 30 days? Do you have to renew them or buy a different one after the month? For Apex, some of them, I think the legacy accounts, you have to actually pay like a monthly fee. You can't buy the legacy accounts anymore anyway. The 30 days is essentially you've got 30 days to pass it, and I think, don't quote me on this, but I think if you don't pass it in the 30 days, you pay another fee. Also, it's worth noting, if you are trading and you're using Tradevate as your broker, if you don't log into an account within a 30-day window, it will close that account. Okay, and the prop firms that you're using won't take any responsibility for it. So you need to make sure that if you do have active accounts, that you are actually logging back into Tradevate. They sent a big message out about it a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I can't tell you for certain how it works with the 30-day ones, whether you have to pay again or not. You just send support a message, send a ticket. They should let you know. But yeah, don't quote me on that because I've never personally experienced it. I've never really looked into it. So if you pass it within 30 days, then I have the account, no longer have to pay anything on it. Depends what sort of account you have, because some accounts have an activation fee. So if you buy the cheaper account with no with an activation fee, it's cheaper up front because you only pay the activation fee once you pass and get to the funded stage. If you buy the account with the activation fee included, it's a little bit more expensive. Then you don't pay anything once you pass. Does that make sense? Hopefully I answered your question. I think my understanding of the 30-day thing was like if you just left your account sitting there for 30 days and didn't use it. But yeah, I would. It's worth, if you do have any questions like that, it's worth actually just reaching out to the firm, and at least if they give you an answer, you've got it in writing. So if anything does happen, you can say, hey, you told me this and I've got it in writing. But yeah, last thing I want to do is give you guys false information or contradicting information. And then you guys go to like Apex and say, hey, Raz on YouTube said this, this, and this. And they'll be like, who the fuck is Raz? And why is he telling you that? Here we go. We might break back down into this range. There's a good absorption that's come through there. See, if I wanted to be really aggressive, I could chuck the short on now, but I don't think I want to do that because we could just be back testing. I mean, we do have the higher time frame confluences, and we do have the climatic volume spike that we want to see. We've got the climatic spike again, absorption with bearish divergence, but just want to wait for a little bit more confirmation if we can get back down below this range. Has this decided it wants to drop yet or not? Probably friggin' not. It's just chipping away, slow grind. It's got a bit of a momentum behind it now. I don't think I want to be trying to short it again. The other thing is that I think if we look on the daily time frame, there's a gap here that it's probably going to want to fill. You see the distance between the open and close there. And usually at some stage those gaps get filled. And once price actually reclaims this level, you'd actually be looking pretty bullish for crude oil. What do we have on helium? Absorption. Eddie's already looking at what I'm looking at. What do you reckon, Eddie? Something like that? I don't like that evening star though. But there is the possibility that we do something like this. Retrace maybe down, put in either a lower low or a higher low around about the 707. If price does return there, I'm probably going to be looking for a long. You can see that's where the buyer effort started to step in as well. And there also happens to be a little bit of a gap down here. So you see the gap, price will potentially come back down to fill that. And then if it does, we could be looking at like a bullish wolf wave setup here. Yeah, best set up high low and you're off to the races. Absolutely. See, these sort of higher time frame plays are really good. If you're running with a personal account, it's an ideal setup, right? You don't really want to be looking for higher time frame plays when you're dealing with prop firm futures. I mean, it can be good, like if you've got an end of day drawdown and you're aware of when that end of day drawdown like snapshot takes place, and you're able to just actively manage the position and bring your stop loss up into profit, then sure, you can just keep letting it run. One thing as well, some funded account, some evaluation accounts do have consistency. And some funded accounts also have a consistency rule as well. So like, for example, Lucid Flex and Lucid Daily have a consistency, 50% consistency, but it's only for the evaluation stage. There's no consistency once you get to funded. So with a $3,000 profit target, to reach that 50% consistency, you ideally don't want to make any more than $1,500 per day. Okay, so as a minimum, it's going to take you 2 days to pass that account. Whereas with something like Apex, there's no consistency on their challenges, so you can pass it as quick as you want, essentially. I think Lucid Pro account has no consistency on the Eval, but then once you get to the funded, you have a consistency rule as well. That looks like it wants to come down at that level. Break, retest, absorption. But the market's closed at the moment, so I can't put a trade on. And it's looking like a little bit of a bear flag as well. Bear flag, measured move, length of the flagpole, take us down to around about the 50, and then you got the gap between the 50 and the 618. That'll give you a double top formation if that plays out like that, and the length of the double top would be from the neckline. So yeah, pretty much fill that gap, potentially put in that higher low if that plays out. So you could potentially be looking at something like, where is it? Yeah, something like this, down to there. I've got my alerts set if price does return there. And then look for a potential entry point for that wolf setup. The flex accounts are my favorite. Yeah, I like the flex accounts too. When you think about it, like if you compare the cost of a futures account, like a CME futures account, like with Lucid and Apex and MyFunded Futures, all that, versus the cost of like a lot of the crypto evaluations, the crypto ones are a lot more expensive for the evaluations, but you generally have more favorable drawdown conditions. So a lot of them will offer like a static drawdown, and then you might have like say a $5,000 daily loss and like an $8,000 max loss. It'll be a static drawdown. So there's kind of goods and bads with the other ones as well. It all just depends on personal preference. It is a lot harder to scalp on a lot of those crypto prop firms as well, because some of them will have like max leverage at 5x leverage, and yeah, you find it a lot harder to get those real small time frame scalp setups. Here we go, it wants to come down. See if that's going to come back up, maybe get a little bit of a double top or something. Flex accounts are really good. The key thing to remember with a lot of those accounts is, and the same goes for some of the Apex accounts as well, is you can only take a certain number of payouts and you have a max payout cap limit. So for a 50k Lucid Flex, I think the maximum payout you can get per payout is $2,000, and you can only take up to 6 payouts per account. So what will often happen is once you get to about 5 or 6 max payouts, chances are they'll probably move you to a live account. The Lucid live accounts are pretty popular, pretty good from what I understand. There are bonuses as well, daily withdrawals or daily payouts. But yeah, you can only actually take a certain number of payouts on that account before you essentially have to get another account. So what a lot of people will do is with Lucid, you can get up to 5 accounts at a time. A lot of people will get one to the point of payout, take that payout, reinvest that into like another few challenges or another 4 challenges, and then try and build those accounts up to a payout so that they can get 5 to 6 payouts over 5 accounts. And if you're getting $2,000 payout, say 5 times over 5 accounts, that's $5,000 per account. Wait, no. What did I say? $5,000. So 2, 4, yeah, $10,000 per account, should I say? Not taking into consideration your profit split. So we're back in the range now. I want to see if we can get price to come back up and tap our entry. Go 275 and then take profit. I want to see if I can get a nice setup. and I want to align that with where the effort was, the effort. Don't send you to live most of the time only thing. They'll send you to live if you're making consistent payouts. Because the main reason they send you to live is to stop you from scaling payouts, so many payouts, because they've got to protect their bottom line, right? The way these prop firms make money is from people buying evaluations and then failing them. So if you're hitting consistent payouts all the time, they will move you to live, because essentially what will happen is you basically start from scratch again with a certain drawdown, and then you've got to build back up to that buffer, and then you can start taking withdrawals again or payouts again. In some cases, like it's a good thing to go live because it means you're a good trader and you do get better bonuses and daily payouts and things like that, but it can also be bad, because what can happen is you could have, like, say like a $10,000 payout owing on an account, and then they'll say, hey, congratulations, we're moving you to a live account, but you can only actually take a small portion of that $10,000 as a payout because you're getting moved to live. So you're essentially forfeiting some of your profits so that you can go towards a live account, and some people get pretty annoyed by that, but that's just the way these prop firms operate. Watching me live from Spain on the beach. Yeah. Let's see if it comes back up and grabs my order. I want to keep that profit target pretty conservative. I don't want to aim right for the bottom. Like if I can make 650 off of $300 risk, I mean that's pretty good going, really. Be a nice 2-to-1 trade there if that plays out. Apex didn't got 6 payouts with them on multiple accounts. Oh yeah. Yep. Well, Apex has only just recently actually had a live account, because they paused a lot of people's accounts and people weren't sure why their accounts are being paused, but it was essentially because they're getting moved to live, and they've started moving people to live quite recently now. The thing with going to a live account though is, like, if you breach the account on the live and you do it one too many times, they'll just ban you and you won't be able to trade with them anymore. Or they'll give you a stand down of like a couple of weeks or a month. With Lucid as well, once you go to a live account, if you breach those live accounts, you will only be able to buy what's called a Lucid Max Eval after a stand down period. So you won't be able to get access to like the Flex and the Pro accounts and all that. You'll have the option to buy a Lucid Max account. Yeah, some people actually find it preferable, like, to not even go live and just actually make more money just rinsing evals. Like, there were guys that were trading 5 Lucid 50k Flex accounts. They'd get them up to the 5th payout, and then they'd breach them all intentionally, and then they'd buy another 5 accounts, and they were just rinse and repeat.
Order filled.
All right, well, it got our entry, so we'll see what happens here. Volume delta is still negative. We're getting a 50 to 60% retracement of that engulfing candle now. Coming back up to retest this level. We'll see if it holds. What else can we have a look at? Let's see. We'll see what's happening in the crypto market. There's another one we charted up, shared with the Empire students as well. Was this inverse head and shoulders formation? We shared it sort of back here. We were waiting for the push up to our target 1. We got the target 1. The setup was invalidated, right, because we broke below the neckline, but we have put in this nice higher low. And we're starting to push back up again on this move. We'll likely come back up to retest the previous high. But market structure is still technically bullish because we're printing higher highs and higher lows now. Solana trade, let's have another look at that, because that Solana trade's been playing out to an absolute T. We're well on our way to our second target. And this has been probably a 18%, nearly an 18% move since we shared it in Empire. You just had to be patient during all of this consolidation, but really nice accumulation. You had the volume expansion, the manipulation down below the range. Price broke back up above the range with aggressive volume. We got downwards consolidation, but then you could see that the volume was actually starting to stagnate even though price was making lower lows and lower highs. Then we got that higher low starting to put in. We got that nice double bottom, breakout, retest down to the neckline, and then aggressive expansion, which is what you should see with a Wyckoff setup, right? Lots of people just think every sideways consolidation range is accumulation. The ICT traders, they'll simplified version, their AME or AMD setups, and they just will look at the structure and just think that every setup like this with consolidation and a sweep is accumulation and manipulation, and that's not necessarily the case. When you look at traditional Wyckoff setups, you need to actually look what's happening underneath the price action. Have a look at the volume, the context behind the move, what was happening before, what was happening during, what happened after. And that's going to actually tell you what's happening. So if you've got price creating lower highs and lower lows, but the volume is creeping upwards, well, that means that the price action isn't actually reflecting the move of the volume, because the volume tells the real story. The price action is a lagging indicator. So the volume is telling you that people are starting to load up on their positions, right? So the context behind the move is more important than the structure itself. With the expansion too, it should be aggressive. Starting to put in a little bit of a double top here. We got the really nice breakout retest. Like, even if you missed the initial expansion on this, like, you still could have got a very nice breakout retest, scalp or short-term trade off of that. There were multiple opportunities to actually jump into this trade. You could have got in off the higher low. You could have got in off the breakout retest. So my entry was down here. I was waiting for the breakout retest. the retest of the neckline, which coincided with the fib retracement, the 6180. That's where my entry was there. A really nice sort of like bull flag formation as well, because you had the impulsive move and then you had the flag formation that followed. Breakout retest of the flag, flagpole, measured move. There's your breakout, which pretty much took you up to about 6180 fib retracement. And we just ate through that level of resistance too, which is a good sign. Shows there's a lot of strength behind this move. And we know that because the buyers have been accumulating all through this range. Alright, let's see where we're at with this. Double top formation is looking good here if we can actually hold below this range. So if we manage to get a close below here, failure to recapture, we could be looking quite good. Nice wick to the upside. This could take a little while to develop this trade, because you see it's been very, very choppy. 30-minute time frame. It might be a case of seeing how the US goes. Chuck the volume profile on, we'll chuck that on as well. Below that level, sitting slightly above the session value area high. The POC is just below. However, we can see the absorption starting to come through, right? So the buyers are potentially getting exhausted. 100x soul trade, say less. It's been a while. I only went 45x on the soul. I didn't go 100. Just looking on the different time frames to see what sort of confluence we've got. Yeah, I think if we can get this 1 hour to close below the value area high, that'll give us a stronger conviction as well. We will see what happens. One thing you can't do as well that you can do with a lot of crypto accounts, you can't hedge, right? If you do get caught hedging, they'll either take your profits or just flat out ban your accounts. But with a lot of the crypto prop firms, you can hedge. I've changed. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the old Raz would have just full ported it. But the old Raz was broke. What other setups can we find, team? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys want to look at? What do you want to have a look at on the charts? Yeah, see, that's why we didn't jump in on the long, just because we're at the level of support. Come up, retest the value area low. It's rejecting, coming back down again. So even though we were putting in this kind of like double bottom formation, we're essentially just like going corrective, and we've put in impulsive, consolidation, there's the absorption at the top of the move, we'll come back down again. Oh, I love you too, bro. Yeah, that's the same. 1272. Let's have a look at this. What do we got going on here? Yeah, that's broken above resistance pretty aggressively. I will actually be keeping an eye on this. If we come back down below there, there'll be a nice short. What's it look like on the lower time frames? Better. No confirmation yet though. Still printing higher highs. A little bit of absorption, but then price is actually pushed above it. We're kind of in the middle of the zone here, which I don't like. So here's potential for it to still go higher. Yeah, need to wait for price to come back down. What else have we got? What's happening? What's happening? The yen's looking like it wants to come down. Did we get that nice? Where'd that come up to? 707 when if we have a look. Do we reckon? 707 retest and also value area high. Let's have a look on this smaller time frame, see what we've got. Oops. Send an alert there, see what happens when it comes back. It's a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here on the smaller time frames. Breakout target. Would take us pretty much back up to the top of the range if it plays out. MNQ. Yeah, so MNQ, we're looking at this higher time frame play. Overall bearish to the downside for the higher time frames. We've already had the aggressive sell-off now, but now we're at a key level of support. So overall bias, because we've got the lower low and now potentially the lower high, the bias is now a move towards the downside. So it's all about trying to find the right entry point for the next leg down, but we are still technically at a key level of support. Price is trying to put in a bottoming structure here. But once you start zooming in, the bottoming structure is not very clean, right? You're kind of spending a little bit too much time sideways on this range. I mean, you kind of did the same thing here before you push back up, but there's not really a lot to give me high conviction just yet. If price does push up, you got your first point of resistance, which is here, and then your next one is, because you can see that there's confluence, would be where the previous session's value area lows are. And you've also got confluence here with the POC. So you'd be looking around about this range. So what I'm looking for, I've got alerts up here if price manages to push up. I don't really want to be jumping into the long, but I do want to wait and see if price pushes back up here, see how it reacts once it gets to that level. And if we do start to see some weakness, then I can potentially catch the short down. The structure here is just not good for me. Got a little bit of a flag formation. So like if that does play out, that might take us to the top of the range. But sellers have previously been in control, and I don't really want to go against them right now. Just took a quick 50x short on Bio for 130% in and out. Sorry, couldn't share. Literally flicking through charts, and that was just ready then and there. It might give us another entry though, coming back up now. Yeah, nice. 130%, that's not bad. Posted an Empire, bro. We'll have a look. Or did you already post it in there? Oh, here we go. Yeah, nice. Good stuff, good short. If you're new to the stream as well, make sure you like and subscribe. We do these calls Tuesdays and Thursdays at the moment, or do these streams, should I say, Tuesdays and Thursdays. But if you do want to see like more live style setups like this, live trading, live analysis, we do live calls on a daily basis here on Empire. You can find the link in the description of this video. You can see we've got one of our coaches doing advanced trading at the moment on his call. And then we also do Monday market scan the market, chart up different assets, live trading, which is pretty much what we're doing now. Fundamentals calls as well, so if you're into market fundamentals, good call to jump on. Airdrops, DeFi, if you're into that sort of thing. And then I do a support session about once a month at the moment. And we also do like live trading during the US session with one of our other coaches, Carlin. So yeah, you can sign up for a free trial via the link in the description. Yeah, foil. Everyone's getting the longs. City overbought, oversold. Yeah. RSI is pretty overbought right now after that impulsive move. However, one thing you will find if you go back and look at the charts on Bitcoin is most of its gains, or highest gains ever, came from when price was in the overbought or oversold region. So you can see here on the volume indicator, price pushed up. While we were in that overbought range, price actually continued to keep pushing upwards. So just because we're overbought or oversold doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a trim reversal. So like look here, volume was the highest it's been outside of that range, overbought. Price only corrected very, very briefly and then continued to push up. It's a little bit easier to see with like the RSI because the RSI measures momentum differently to what this one does. But yeah, we're at the top of that range now. So we definitely didn't want to front run that short entry on Bitcoin. I think we could, there's still a high probability that we could come up to the 6180 because there's a little bit of structure here. But if we get above that, then we're definitely targeting the 707 range. But we are at the top of that zone for now. It's not showing any signs of slowing down just yet. It's a little bit of bearish div there. Price is still kind of consolidating. This bit of a double top, a small double top. breakout retest. There might be a short-term scalp short setup on that. Best educators, in my opinion, speaking from personal experience, being in a few different education platforms as well. Empire's where it's at for me. Great to hear, bro. It's just good having a community of traders or like-minded individuals, all there for one purpose, to grow, to learn, make money, or there would be three purposes, wouldn't it? But you've got multiple people building towards the same goals, right? And we're all looking at different aspects of the market. There's so many different assets to trade, different crypto assets to look at, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them, but we can't possibly look at every single one. But we're all off in our own corners of the market, analyzing it with our own different methods and different strategies. And then if we can come together on a platform and share what we're looking at with everyone else, then we save a lot of time, right? Having to scroll through different assets just looking for setups. Because how do you know where to pay attention to, or what's good to trade at the moment? I don't want to be putting my money into an asset that's just going to consolidate for days and days on end. I want to look at setups where my money's going to yield me the highest return, right? So if we've got multiple people looking at that, looking at various different areas, sharing it in a community, you save a lot of time. What was that alert that just come through? This one. Coming back up to the 6180, it wants to have another crack, and the value area high is just there. See if that inverse head and shoulders breakout target wants to play out. Actual traders, though, not sellers. So we are at the value area high for the 5 minute. It's not given a clear setup just yet, though. See, let's go back to crude oil and see what that's doing. It's the only one that's actually moved quickly for us tonight. Still printing high highs and high lows. It's above the range. Value area high down there, that'd be the next point if it wants to roll over. Did get some absorption there, which is good to see. See if it comes back. To the 6180. It does have quite a lot of momentum behind it, though. It'd be a pretty aggressive scalp. If it was going to roll over, I would have preferred to have seen the break above, just being more of a manipulated move or liquidity grab, and then come back into the range. But you can see it's got good momentum behind it. The delta is still positive. We can see some proper structural shifts. There might be a setup there, but at the moment it's still looking Still looking bullish. Song makes me want to go to sleep. That's a bit better. Can't have you guys falling asleep on the stream. It'd be even more awkward if I fell asleep on the stream, actually. You're gonna say something? Yeah. It's alright. Beat you to it. Oh, it wants to have a crack at those highs. So yeah, those highs there. If it fails to break that, we should get some downside. Tapping that level of resistance. Which one do we want to trade with? This one here. And let's see what silver's got going on. Actually, we'll have another look at gold. Still waiting for gold to show its hand. Yep, that inverse head and shoulders are starting to play out now. Pushing above the value area high. Going to tap that 707 and then it'll probably come up to touch this level up here. Yep, so there's a bit of confluence around there with the previous sessions. Did get that nice bounce off of the 9 EMA. From a weekly standpoint, it is looking like we could recover in the long term. Bit of a level there. We're kind of just sitting just below it, so we got the lower high, the low, another lower high, engulfing to fill the gap between those two candles, and currently retesting that. Oh my god, thanks for telling me. Why is it not sharing? There we go. Thanks for letting me know. Otherwise we would have been like that for the rest of the stream. It's alright, you would not believe the amount of times I do that on our Zoom calls in Empire. Just be like, you're not actually sharing your screen, bro. Right on the value area high there. Yeah, nice inverse head and shoulders there. Good follow through. What's this one doing? Oh, that's dumping. It's had a nice little drop. What else is moving? Bouncing off the value area low. This is a bit of a head and shoulders structure there. However, price looks like it's trying to reclaim that level. Trying to touch that POC. Delta's negative. A strong bullish engulfing there. No real obvious signs of weakness at this level just yet. So we are at a key level of resistance. Key level of resistance again. It's a high volume node just here that it's kind of rejecting on. We are below the 9. These candles on the lower time frames make it a little bit more difficult. That is looking very double toppy. It's a little bit of a zone there though. It's look like on the 5. $15, $30. It's like a 50 to 60% retracement there. I'm going to chuck a short on. Up there. Oh, we got the drop too aggressively. And we'll take it down to here if it wants to come back up and grab our order. Might not. Here. Oh. Actually, I'll put that a bit higher. Injective. Wants to go higher. Oh, the sellers are too aggressive. Come get my order. Starting to see a little bit of exhaustion coming through. Expanded flat with bearish divergence on the volume delta and the ultimate mini flow as well. If we can get the close below here, that might be our double top outside of the range. See how we go. Nothing on that one. Nothing on that one. Still waiting for this market to open so we can get something on there. Bugger, we haven't come up and got our entry. That's alright, that's... If it comes and gets it, it does, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. Don't want to chase it. Don't want to chase it. There's a bit double toppy there as well. Could be a nice little short on that. Probably be down to there. Got confluence. Just move that entry up a little bit because there is that little gap there and it might come back to fill that. This one looks good. Market level there as well. It's volume node. Oh no, the music stopped. actually go on that account.
Order
Oh, why is it
rejected.
not letting me do that? Oh, because I got the maximum position size on that one. That's why. Which one did I want to trade on? If we go 16. Just give me a second, team. Let's see if it'll come back up and grab my order. Let's get some music back on. What are we looking at? Where are we? Oh no, definitely not that. Definitely not that.
Order filled.
Yeah, you better come get my order. See, we have got some climatic volume stepping in, which is a good sign. Oh, look at that. Nice rejection off of our level. So we marked out that high from the 5 minute because price got strong close below. It's come back up to retest that previous high. We also had the absorption on there. So this high here, structurally, it swept the liquidity left over from that wick, but in the process it's put in that bearish divergence on the UMF and also on the CBD as well. What are we looking like? None on there. This one's still not really going our way yet. Let's see if we can get the follow through on this one. Need that follow through, come on. Because the other thing we need to be aware of is makes it a bit hard when you got all this on there. You look where we are. Come on, follow through. What else have we got for confluence for our... So what I'm looking for right now is I want to see where the highest point of confluence is going to be for our take profit area. Because we can see we've got the value area high, and then we're value area high at the 2 sessions. So there's a little bit of confluence around that. But the structure, top of the structure, is just up here where we've currently got this line. Confluence. And let's have a look. Nothing quite yet on the yen. Come on. Sorry, that's on the 18, isn't it? Where is 16? That's what I was looking for. 16. No orders currently. I think it was on this account I had those orders, isn't it? So I want to come back and grab my order. Just waiting for shit to move. This one doesn't want to play the game. Market's moving really, really slow. We've got our stop loss on that one. Put in this nice gap here. Be interested to see if we come back and fill it.
Order filled.
Oh, something's gone. Something's gone somewhere. Oh yeah, we got our entry. Partial. Oh, we only got a partial. Partial. Wish it had got the rest of those orders. Bugger. It's alright. We got 1 out of 3. Come on. Go back up. Go get the rest of my orders. You're leaving too many orders behind. I need those other 2 orders filled. In queue, what's in queue doing? Is anyone else looking at some trade setups at the moment? What are you guys looking at? Let's see if we can find some setups. Six, 8. See this? We're still waiting on this one. We are getting the absorption. We got the high. We've got the bearish div. It is above the range for now, but if we can get back below the range, we can get a nice short. Good absorption on it. Would like to see some absorption on the higher time frames. Oops. Double top, double top. Eddie said I need to buy me some Apex accounts ASAP so I can find some setups with you. Yeah, man. Jump on the live streams with us and we can look at the charts. You can start hedging against my trades. Just trade the opposite of what I do. Well, I do like seeing these absorptions starting to come through. We've got the bearish engulfing. We are sitting at that level of support though. So trying to take a short here, you would be essentially shorting into support, which isn't ideal, even though we do have resistance above us, like strong resistance. So I do want to wait for price to actually come down a little bit more, get a little bit more confirmation. Price is now below that high. Come on. Are we starting to get some trades move for us now? I want to put another trade on this.
Order filled.
Oh, did it come up and get the rest of my orders? Yes. You got my orders. Nice. I'm going to put an alert here once it sweeps that low. Oh no. Oh no, we got buffering. Here we go. Just cycling through the accounts. See what's going down. Come on. Let's go. Let's see some shorts. The bricks didn't work last time, so we're going to have to get the hammer out. Oh. Here we go, we've got to make sure we hit it on the head, then it'll go down. Go. Come get my orders. Good bearish engulfing here with a 50-60% retracement of that candle. Break below the 9 EMA and then a retest of that with a nice double top absorption on the peaks. So yeah, nice setup there. Put a shit the bed emoji always works. Where is the bed emoji? I'm going past it. Objects. Activity. Sleeping's an activity. It'd been there surely. Where's the bed? Not seeing it. Bath. Oh, there's a shitter. There we go. Bed. Where's the poo emoji? Oh, that's flags. Would shitting be under activities, do you think? Is that where the poo emoji is? Shit bed. Where is it? Oh, here. Hey! Oops, didn't want to do that. Ah! Stop moving my... Alright, we're starting to see some green come through now, which is good. No orders waiting on this account. Got our 3 orders there. Got a couple of positions we're waiting for on this actually, which I don't think. Yeah, it's moving too aggressively. I'm gonna close that because otherwise I'll forget about it. That setup's been and gone now. Very, very important. I would recommend at the end of your trading session, you can actually go on to TRADNG, and there's a button that closes out all the positions for all of your accounts. Yeah, probably good practice to do that. Otherwise you might forget about a position, accidentally leave it on there, and then yeah, you could end up breaching your account. Come on, come down. Now we need more poo emojis, fam. Post those poo emojis in the chat. Eddie's got the right idea. Instantaneous. Yeah, well, shit in the bed's usually pretty instantaneous. It's not really progressive. We'd hope not, otherwise you can't really call it an accident if you just like sit there just letting it happen progressively. Here's a fun fact for you all. Did you know in ancient Rome, people used to piss into jugs and put them outside of their houses? And someone used to come around and collect those piss jugs. And what they used to do was use the ammonia from it to do their laundry, to wash their clothes. So fun fact, if somebody gives you a shit for wetting the bed, you can just say, nah, I'm doing the laundry, mate. Where is that other account? That is... I want to call back some of that losses on that other account if we can find a nice setup. It's 700 loss. We were looking at... That's still not giving us what we want. Nice evening star there. off of the 1618. It's a higher time frame looking like. Oh yeah, there's a bit of structure there. Oops, my trades are gone. There we go. So yeah, there is a key level of resistance just there. Expanding. Tapped our head up there. That range can come right across to here. We do have declining volume there. That's good. That's looking pretty good there. I like that inverted hammer. I'm going to put a short on that. Oh no! Here we go. See if it'll come back and get it.
Stop field.
We've only got one of our entries. She might be able to pull that other one up and get a higher one. Ah, fuck it.
Stop field.
Fuck it. Oh, we've got green right across the board now. This one's coming along. That's it. Are we gonna get it, fam? Are we gonna get it? Bring my stop loss to the entry now. Come and get it. Oh, it wants to. It's sitting just there. It wants to. Come on. So close. So close. Bounce right off that cluster there. Come on. Let's get greens right across the board. Come and get my order. Looks like that candle's lagging a bit. There we go. Come get my TP. Man, if this stops just shy of my TP, I'm gonna shit the bed. We need more shit the bed emojis in the chat team, just to give it that extra little bit. Oh, it's right there. Come on now. There we go. Did it, chat. Nice $400 move. Scalping the 1 and the 5 minute time frames. Good call with the shit the bed emoji, Eddie. I think that's what set it in motion. Could we have gone for a further push down to the value area high? Probably. May even come back down to the zone, but hey, 50k account, $400 in the space of, oh, how long was that? 30 minutes? Not bad. Tour the field. We can see we got a little bit of green across the board on the other accounts now. This is the one that we're watching now. Bring that stop loss to entry now because we've got a little bit of room on that. Oops. Always works, bruv. 100%. I'll show you the flag chart one day. Yeah, nice. 60% of the time it works every time. I'm going to keep a very, very close eye on this VWAP here because I don't know how price is going to react to. We may get a bounce. If we do, I might just close it out for a little bit of profit. We might not get all the way down to our level. Actually, what time frame we're looking at? Yeah, so we're retesting the POC now. Put an alert here as well. This zone's worth considering, right? We do have the value area low there, but it's worth considering. Price may bounce off the VWAP and then it may bounce off of the top of that zone as well. So I'm looking for areas where buyers are likely to step into reverse price. I may want to start looking at taking profits early if that's the case, if those buyers do step in. This one needs to hurry up. Give me the double top setup. Come on. That's what I want to see. And I'll put an alert on that low. See, we're ejecting off the confluence with the two previous sessions of value area highs. We've also got confluence with the POC, and you can see that there's some significant volume within those nodes there. So there is a high probability that we will see a reversal, at least down to sweep this low here. And if it does, we'll be waiting there with our bags to fill it. That one's playing the game. This one, price currently getting hung up. See if we can get some follow through. Actually, I might raise that TP just a bit, just above. And notice I'm not taking like huge contract sizes, like I'm not taking huge positions. I'm just taking enough, like what dictates my contract size is where my stop loss has to go. So if my stop loss has to go up here, and I'm risking $250 or $300 per trade, then that's what's going to dictate my contract size. The stop loss is kind of your non-negotiable. If you can't get a good risk to reward without feeling like you have to adjust your stop loss, then your entry's not good and you need to wait for a better entry. Oh, see, there's another little zone there. Let's see. TP. So 325, 350. We'll just see how it goes once price gets down there. Put an alert on the VWAP. Put an alert here. You go, NQ wants to come down again. Like I said before, right, we're at a key level of support, but this was a very, very strong, aggressive move from the sellers. And when you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, right, the bigger play, what we're doing, sure, we've got a temporary level of support here, but you know, there's a lot of bearish sentiment right now. And sure, there was the initial bounce here, right? Buyers stepped in at that level. We've come back up. We've back tested the value area low as resistance, and now we're coming straight back down again. That's why I don't want to prematurely jump into a long. You might see a little bit of buying interest step in at this level, but you can see the sellers are very aggressive right now. Same chart. Value area low just there. Oh, we might be able to get this account back in the green for the day. We're only going to move another $3. If we can get most of these accounts in the green for the day, then we're looking good. There we go, we got some movement. That's what we want to see. Currently testing the view up. We're green on 3 out of 4 accounts for the day so far. The one in the red could have easily been avoided if I'd closed the position out before the market closed, or actually been awake for when it opened, so I could have closed it at break even. Where's that value area low sitting? Oh, there it is. Pretty much right where my TP is. This has been quite an eventful London session. We don't usually get this much movement, or we didn't the last couple of weeks. What else we got? Is it going to come down and grab it? I don't think I had any other orders. Oh, I did have that one on, didn't I? Oh, rejected. Yeah, that. I thought it was still floating around somewhere. And then those ones, just this one, I think. Cancel working. Okay. Close. Just gonna put my TP above that zone. Nearly there. Move this into TP now. Ooh. Are these buyers going to try front run the value area low, are they? It's a little bit of volume load there. Come on, come and get it. It's close. It's close. See if it'll come back down and get it. It's like right on that value area low. Let's go. Come and get it. Hey, thanks, Eddie, bro. Yeah, basics is all you need, man. Like, if you can make $200, $250 a day on a $50,000 account, that's heaps, man. Like 250 US, that's like nearly 300 New Zealand. Money in the bank. Yeah, it's not quite in the bank yet though. You gotta get those payouts. It's close. Doesn't have to move far. How are we looking on this one? Oh, see, it's come back and tap that low. That's what we were waiting for. Bring stop loss to entry now. Did expect we would get a little bit of a bounce off of that low. See how this one's doing. Oh, here we've got a nice zone printing there. Below the value area high. Take profit just above there. There is a bit of a volume node here and a little bit of structure, so price actually might get hung up just here. Oop. Just here, so you see the volume node there, which aligns with the top of that move, and then there's a little bit of structure. So we could run into some support just here, which aligns with our VWAP as well. Let's put our take profit there. And that's the thing, like when you're trading smaller time frames like this, like some of the levels where you expect buyers and sellers to step in might not be obvious right in the beginning, but then once you start to get more structural confirmation, other indicators might start showing confluence around key levels. Like we could see there's a little bit of a structure here, there's a little bit of a high, but we've also got now volume node confirmation as well, and then also the value area high of the previous session and the VWAP just below. So it'll be a prime spot for a potential short-term bounce off of that move there. Let's have a look. Go back to this. Oh, we must be getting close now. Wants to get it. Level the scalpers trying to front run that value area low for a potential bounce. Come get it. So there's a nice little manipulated move to the upside, right? Consolidation range, the manipulation to the upside, double top with a higher high. So you got expanded flat, correction there, and then drop back into within the consolidation range. And during that time, during this entire up move, right, the delta was negative. So we're coming back down to potentially back test the bottom of this range, hopefully, if it wants to come and grab my order. See how it responds to that 9 EMA. got a bit of a gap there. I might come up and get my stop loss. If it does though, that's fine. Just stop loss and profit, secure it either way. There is a bit, yeah, here we go. There's a bit of a zone here on the 10-minute as well that's formed, which is probably why we get a little bit of a temporary bounce. What else is going on? Yeah, wants to come back up and back test this again. Trying to anyway. Just come get the low. As long as we maintain below the 9 EMA, we're good for continuation, and we should gravitate towards the VWAP. This one here, little short-term pivot. Delta's negative as well on this. Also on the higher time frames. We're nearly there. Short-term pivot. Back testing the 9 and the VWAP on the smaller time frames. %50 retrace of the breaker block. Yep. Yeah, it's found a little bit of support off of that zone that's printed right above the value area low for that move. So people trying to front run that bottom. So it'll probably come up, take my stop loss on that position, but that's good. We'll get some profit.
Stop filled.
I may even be able to, if it decides to push back up to this level, may even be able to get another entry. Yeah, so some nice profit on that one. It's going to bounce back up, potentially put in... Yeah, so it'll be around about the 50, maybe even the 61.80. See how price reacts once it gets up there. Might get a nice little double top and then be able to enter again. This one's still kind of double topping. Got a 50 to 60% retracement of the engulfing candle. The actual breakout target for this, if it plays out, would take us down to lower levels. And just looking to see if there's confluence around those lower levels. So there's a bit of structure there. Oops, deleting the wrong thing. Yeah, so there is some confluence of structure down there. An alert there if it breaks that low. What's this one doing? Coming back up to retest this. Oh, now it wants to roll over. I think my stop loss was just here, my trailing stop. Some other setups we were looking at. Oil still doesn't want to, still got legs, still going. Not going to try and top that out. Oh yeah, we got that retest in the end and the sell-off. Still want to get this once the market reopens, try and see if I can get that entry. There's a big head and shoulders formation there, geez. It's like a witch's hat. Oh, here we go. We've broken the high on that now, which is good. Might be an opportunity to jump in here. Let's see if we can come in. That was the retest there. I don't think it'll come back up to grab that. Just want to have a look at those higher time frames again first. Actually, I'll do this. Just going to come in, do failed to break above there. That would have been a good little entry point there. Wants to come up and grab that, tap that level again. I don't like that it's back within that range. I don't want it to break above there. Otherwise it just could start consolidating the whole way through. Keep an eye on that. This one, come back up to retest that range. Double bottom. Yeah, it wants to come back up again. Bugger it, it missed our take profit by just a smidge too. That's alright, we can, if it stops us out at break even, we'll just find another entry. Looks like it wants to consolidate. Thought we might get that tap of the low before we come back up again. I'm going to see if we get a retest of this level. It's looking very wolf wavy. Keep an eye on that. The other one I want to keep an eye on is if price comes back up to here. Bit of a double top formation there.
Stop field.
So that one got stopped at break even. See exhaustion coming through. Could be a potential short setup here. Ideally the stop loss would have to go there. You'd be looking for target low. Retracement. Hopefully a lower low. Oh, sorry, a lower high. Somewhere here. No, it's looking pretty weak already. Might even get the entry there. Could put my stop loss up here. Give me a nice 225. Just wait for that candle to close, see what it does. Just in case it decides to keep pushing. Push for that high. Ideally tap the 707 and then reject would be nice. Got my alert there. Another alert there.
I like it when the bass go.
Bit of a double topping structure there. At the 1272. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. We're at resistance. Want to see weakness.
I like it when the bass go.
Stop below. Still want to see how this 15 is going to close. Negative delta. We are below that resistance. Where's that line on there? There is still a bit of liquidity left over from this wick though, which is a little bit concerning. I would expect we'd probably come up to sweep some of that. We have tapped the 707. We'll see if this candle will close below the 618. Just waiting patiently. It's quite a strong rejection off of there. No. Oh. Why wouldn't it let me put it right on the 618? Yeah, you kind of got this like ascending price action here with not much volume behind it. Wants to drop aggressively now. Put my order there in case it wants to come back up and sweep this high again. This high here. And then I can hit my stop loss just above there. And I will adjust my TP to just there. Oh, it doesn't want to come and get it. Doesn't want to. Come on now. Here we go. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close to that TP. But stop loss and profit. See, we come back up to retest that structure left over from that drop base drop. So we have the sweep, drop below, push up, retest, come back down. So it's got all my orders now. We'll see if it'll come down. Getting a lot of action tonight, which is good. Swiss 5-minute time frame pullback 382. Minute. Are you looking at the 382 of this move? No? Oh, I see, yeah, the 382. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep. Did you import your prop firm tickers to TradingView or one by one? So what I did is I went to the prop firm, I looked at the contracts that it said were available to trade, I gave it to ChatGPT, and then I got it to generate a watch list to import. Come on, come get my order. Is that other one not playing the game now? Wants to come up and grab the high. Just above here. Filled the gap. It's kind of a slow grind towards the upside. Should come down. You did it one by one? Yeah. Yeah, one by one's a bit of a slog, to be fair. Must be getting close to that one now. Must be getting damn close. A little bit more of it. Oh no, wants to come. This one doesn't want to play the game. Stop dinging. Actually, it's really annoying. I'll go edit. How do I edit it? I think it was Let me click on it. Find no work. Try it this way. I think that's enough. We don't need to go for friggin' 10 seconds of dinging. Oh, come on. So close, mate. Just a little bit more. Yeah, I've still got my motorbike. I'm probably going to sell it, to be honest. I don't really ride it as much as I'd like to. I had like a minor crash on it a while ago, but I popped the rib out. And then I further injured it at work, and it's been causing me problems ever since. So for the longest time I wasn't riding at all, just because of my back. And I don't ride it as much as I'd like to now. So I might sell it. Can you run spreads on 2 different probs, like a short Swiss and long gold, etc.? It depends. Like, you're not allowed to have positions open in opposite directions on 2 similar sort of assets, because you're not allowed to hedge on most prop accounts. And because a lot of the prop firms use the same brokerage to go through, so like using like TRADNG or something, they can potentially share data between the two. So if you try to sort of game the system and go, oh well, I'll just do like a hedge position or something against another asset on a different prop firm, they usually get found out, and then they'll just breach or ban your accounts. Yeah, even on a different prop firm. It's one of those things, like they're not guaranteed to find out necessarily, but if they did, then is it really worth the risk? Probably a smarter way to do it would be to, if you had a personal account, you could hedge on your personal account against the prop firm that you're trading on. Sell the bike, build your cash account up, go full-time trader. Yeah. I'd either sell the bike or probably get like a cheap runaround, just a cheap vehicle. I don't really like spending big money on vehicles at the moment, because vehicles are just depreciating assets. And they're just money pits. They just end up costing you more money. Higher price on insurance, tyres, all the rest of it. Just becomes more of a liability than anything. And if the goal is to build wealth, you probably don't want to be throwing extra money at depreciating assets. And I only really drive, like at the moment, I only really drive to and from work, and that's it. Like anything else I have to do, I'll just like either walk or I'll take an Uber. If I was living in like a European country or say something like Thailand, I probably wouldn't even own a vehicle or a car. I'd just use public transport system, or buy like a cheap scooter if it was in Thailand. Just use like a tuk-tuk or something. Cars are really just more of a novelty item. Like, For New Zealanders, it's good because it gets you from A to B because our public transport's really shit. But you know, for those European countries that have really good public transport, there's really no need to own a vehicle other than fun. Money pit, yeah, always, man. I mean, it's cool having nice cars and toys and all that sort of stuff, but you know, at some point, you just got to say, is it really worth the money? Yeah, drift car or track car, that's a different story. Like, now those are money pits. It's what Hansi does, eh? Drifting. See all of his videos of his drifting that he's been doing. He's got the nice Empire decal on the side of his car too. Ah, oh, just missed the TP, eh? I don't think it's gonna play the game unless it rejects off of the EMA again. Drift car, street car, same, yeah, same, but different. Yeah, meet up with him at end of the year. Drifts. Oh yeah. You know, maybe down the track when I haven't got a mortgage to pay and lots of other bills and stuff, I might buy myself a car. But you know, there's better things I'd rather spend $20,000-$40,000 on. Like, I had a nice car. I had a BMW that I bought fucking like 15, maybe more, 15 years ago or something. And that was good, but I ticked it up, paid it off over several years, and for a while it was really, really cool. But then it was just like it just became a money pit, spending heaps of money on it, just keep it on the road, get me from A to B. It was probably one of the worst financial investments that I ever made, because I was paying it off over several years and all it was doing was costing me more money. So it was costing me twice. Yeah, 100% debt free is definitely the goal first, man. Because once you clear your debt, you can start allocating any money that you've got incoming. You can start allocating that into investments. Like if you've got a shit ton of debt, then you probably don't want to be investing into the market, because I can guarantee you that the interest on your loans is going to be greater than the percentage you're probably going to pull from the markets. Build a trade account. Yeah, that should always be the goal. Especially when you're dealing with say prop firm accounts. Like, the goal should always be to try and use that to build your own account. Sounds like we got stopped. Did we get stopped out on that position, did we? Which account was it on? I can't remember. Yeah, we got... Was it this one? Can't remember. Wasn't there one? Wasn't that one? Or was it this one? No? Must have been the other one. Too many positions. I want to keep a close eye on this and see if it comes up to the 113. or if it fails to reject, sorry, if it fails to close above that on the double top. He said, thank God never ever had a bank loan or credit card, no finance. Yeah, that's good, bro. But you also have no credit rating. Yeah, but you only need a credit rating if you're trying to acquire a loan anyway. So, isn't it interesting? In order to get a credit rating, you have to go into debt. So you could have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank with no credit rating, and then lenders would look at you like, oh, you seem untrustworthy because you don't have a credit history. And it's like, well, if you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, then it's like you're probably pretty good with money. But yeah, they're still reluctant to give you money. So the only way to get the credit rating is you actually have to go into debt. Free account, one spot, one dividend, one day trade. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Have multiple accounts. That's what I always say to a lot of the Empire guys. You should have like multiple sub accounts with your exchange. So if you want to put like a swing position on Bitcoin to go long, but then you see a nice bit of short-term volatility and you want to start scalping the shorter time frames, you jump onto one of the sub accounts and then you can trade the short-term volatility on it as well. So you can split the accounts up. Is it going to come for it? It's coming for it. There we go. We got it. And then it bounced right off the VWAP. So we got the stop down on one of them, and then that one we got the nice profit. Hit the take profit. Bloke will never stop streaming. Dude, I'm going to be up all night anyway. So, I mean, at this point, you guys are just hanging out to keep me company. What have we got now? We'll see if we can find something. See if we can find a couple more setups. Good sell-off in the market. Bit of a shame we didn't get the full entry that we would have liked on some of these. That's alright. What else have we got? Crude oil, still don't really want to try and front run it yet. It still looks like it's got a bit of momentum behind it. Plus, you never know when Trump's going to come out and ruin the party. Well, this is the one that we got stopped out on before. 113. It's going to try and grab that high, I think. We'll put a alert up there. We might be able to get a second chance set up on it. This one, price still sitting above. Two potential outcomes, either it bounces there or come back up to retest probably here. And the next one up here, or it'll go below. Going to try and create a new high off of this move here. Neo structure is up there. The wizard's in the house. Reading the stock market wizards, the next generation at the moment. Something different for a REIT. yeah, some really good books out there. I've got a whole drive folder full of different trading books, ebooks. But because I'm lazy, and it takes me forever to read a book, because I'll get really into it and then I'll put it down and I won't touch it for a while and then I'll come back. I now have a prompt or a project with AI, so I'll just give it the title of a book, and then it'll basically give me the summary with the main takeaway points for the book, and it'll also sort of play devil's advocate. So if it's like a finance book from 3-4 decades ago, it'll kind of be like, oh well, these are some really good points that work really, really well still, but these points probably aren't really applicable to today's economy, and things like that. And then for all the main takeaway points, it'll come up with like a plan if it's a self-help book of how what's a game plan going forward on how I can implement some of the steps that are being taught in this book. And doing it that way allows me to cut through all the nonsense in between the pages, get to the core ideas within the book, and actually retain some of the information as well, because you can get it to give you bullet points of the key takeaways, or create like a mind map as well. And I'm quite a visual learner, so if I can see that put down on a piece of paper for me, then I understand it a lot better. Excuse me. Reads like a podcast, Q&A style book. Since we're winning. We've had quite a few winning trades. We've managed to claw back some good profits. We did have a couple of losing trades, but we've had quite a few winners as well. The bottom account with the $500 loss, that started out as a $700 loss from the Asia session, so we clawed back a little bit of profits there. And then the other ones pretty much started out neutral for the day, so we got some profits. I also like paper to highlight check for tips later on. Paper good for me, get me off the screens, yeah. Yeah, you spend too much time in front of the screen, you end up with like sunburn like me. Or too fair skinned. I would like to see this now, right? So prices currently kind of dipped just below, just on top of the range here. It's looking like it might bounce and might get some sort of retracement. Now if we do, I want to see it actually come back up to test some of these levels. Oh no, I haven't got enough alerts. I need to delete some. Whoops, don't want to do that. Oh, that looks good for a short, just in case you were wondering. Can't short that on my prop accounts though. So you see, that doesn't need to be there. Litecoin, GRT, that's gone. Beam, that's been and gone. No, I'll keep that one on there. Yeah, so getting a temporary sort of bounce there on the 15. It's going to come back up to retest that zone. What else have we got? This one here played out really, really well. Good AME setup. Crude oil, not even going to bother. This one we got stopped out on before. Probably entry was a little bit premature. Should have really tried for an entry up here, but we were banking on this low. It looked quite weak after the retrace there. You can see we're putting in an inverted hammer now. Might be able to get a second opportunity on it, but it does look like it's ready to roll over. Trend line, we got better be the next zone to look out for. Off the 113. Price is now back down below that. Wait and see how this candle closes. Start. Potential double bottom there. A lot of resistance to the upside though. Coming out to fill that gap, I think. Again, just cycling through, just trying to find some setups. We've got the major resistance up here, so we want to try and get a short on this if we can. It's coming back up to retest that range. All the alerts are going off now. Ideally a stop loss would have to be up there, wouldn't it? TP. It's a big level. Still want to wait though. It's a bit early to be looking at a short until we start to see how price is going to react upper levels, because we did get a strong bounce off that support. Whoop. The volume is telling us it does want to come down though. $61.80. Oh, nice absorption there. That's looking like the play. Well, there we go. The 113 is where it's sitting now. You see how high it can go before it starts to stall out. See the volume's declining. Negative delta. Probably looking at a rejection at the 113. you gonna come get my order or not? It's on 16. 17. Nah, it's looking like it wants to keep going. No breakdown yet. This one we still have to wait for. Gold. Bounce off of the 5 minutes. See, yeah, we did get those little rollover. Bounce off of the 618. I want to see price come back up and reject at the top there. Might be able to get a nice short. This one too. Key level of support. Still looks a bit shit, to be honest. It's coming down. $707 retrace, yeah, that's what we want. It's exactly what we want. This is going to come back up too, which is what we want. Just cycling through now just to see what we can see. It's coming up to the 50. Oh, this looks good. That looks real good, man. Fuck, if we can get a retrace on that, it'd be fucking solid. Needs to be slightly lower, just in case it taps that 9 EMA. Fucking might have missed it. No, something got filled somewhere. Want. Right off that 618, take it down to there. Fucking lovely. it's starting to show signs of a rejection. If it closes below that level, we've got that major resistance just above us, so it's like just a matter of time before this decides to come down. Go check an alert there. Coming back up to close that gap too, which is good. This will be an interesting one. I can miss the move on that one, I think. Unless it can come back up and snag that order. Let's go! Okay, so that's up at that level now. Looking for signs of a rejection. Big absorption wick to the downside. There's a high probability we'll actually come back to scoop the liquidity off of that. We'll just look and see what's happening on some of the higher time frames. Coming back to back test. May even get a little bit higher, maybe even come up to here. But if we reject here, that's a good sign. Climatic, looking for climatic volume. What account are we on? Oh,
Order rejected.
why can't I do that? Oh, contract size. How do I? I don't want to buy, I want to sell. How many contracts is it going to let me do with this? So only 2.
Order filled.
Should be there. Waiting. With tap of the 786, close below the 707, and then I don't think it's coming back to get that. If it does though, great. Put an alert there so I know that if it's filling that one. Come on. Come get my order, man. I don't think it wants to come and get it. This one's going to come though. Getting that absorption starting to come through, which is good. Extra confirmation for the setup. It's tapped the higher Fibonacci levels, failed to recapture or close above this previous high here, so that's good. So as long as we can maintain that sell side momentum, we should be able to come down, take out this lower level. Can't believe this only let me do 2 contracts. That's shit. That's shit. We could potentially get much lower levels on this. So selling off as well. That's what we wanted to see. Failed to close above the previous high as well. Tapped the 113, we've got a rejection, we've got it closing below now. Now we just need to see, is it going to hold? I wonder if I can put another sell position on this. Might not let me because I think we've used the full contract size. See if it'll let me. Didn't think so. We'll do it on a different account. We'll do it on this one here. Just want to see what sort of confluence we got down here. Oh, that'd be a nice little trade setup for a 125 stop loss. Go for a sell there.
Order filled.
It's pushing up. This one's pushing up. Wants to go and get it. Tapping that range 6180, 707. Absorption off the previous. What does this one want to do? It's coming up to test that high again. Oop, oop. This one's coming down. That's what we wanted.
How many accounts you got in props? 4 or 5? Just for this one here, we've got 4 Apex that we're running at the moment, and I've got about 4 Lucid accounts. Two of them are Evals, 2 of them are funded, and then I've got funding with. Technically, I've got funding with leverage, but I haven't been using them because they fucked me over with a payout. Same with Bitfunded. Well, Bitfunded didn't fuck me over with a payout, but I've got an account with them that I haven't been using. Just been focusing mainly on the futures prop firms, to be fair. It's just much easier to trade on because everything's done via the broker, like straight in TradingView. I don't have to worry about third-party platforms trading on their websites or anything like that. I can just do it in here, use my indicators, quick in and out. New to props, just been playing with Top Step and Tradify. Yeah, Top Step and Tradify are pretty well rated. Lucid, Top Step, Tradify, My Funded Futures, Apex are the ones that I'm using. The main reason I'm using the Apex ones is because the value to entry is quite low. So if you buy the intraday trailing drawdown 50k accounts with an activation fee, you only pay like $24 up front, and then if you actually pass it, then you pay like $49, I think it is, to actually activate the account. So the value to entry is real low. The only thing with Apex is their payouts do take like longer to process, whereas Lucids are like really fast. Apex can sometimes take a couple of weeks. At the end of the day, it's just personal preference, but for Apex, I've got a coupon code, so if you use the coupon code RAZ, follow the link in the description, use the coupon code RAZ, you get 90% off. Just full disclosure, I do get a little bit of a kickback on that if you guys decide to use that link. I haven't actually got an account with Top Step yet. I might give them a try. Yeah, good bearish engulfing there, that's what we wanted to see. This one's coming back down again, which is good. This one's in profit. We're tracking well for now. Yeah, just Top Step, do they use their own platform, do they? Or is it just like, are they using Rhythmic? Like, don't get me wrong, like, trading in TradingView through the brokers, like, great, it's definitely the way to go, but it's not without its drawbacks, right? Like, you got access to lots of indicators and stuff, which is cool. TradingView is quite limited in some of the data that it can give you. Like, a lot of its volume-based data is technically proxy data based off, like, estimations. You don't get, like, real order flow or anything like that, like you can with some of the other platforms, so they all have their advantages and disadvantages. They use their own, they got cool features, you can add a sound to your entry and exit. I'd just do a like fart sound on stop loss or something. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about these prop firms that have their own trading platforms, their own internal trading platforms, is usually they're developed by a third party, and most of the ones that I've used are really, really glitchy, and it'll be like trade execution stuff, which is real crucial. So you might go to put a position on, or it might not show up that the position's actually entered. So you enter it again, it doesn't show up, and then you refresh the page, and all of a sudden you've got multiple positions open because it hadn't propagated. Other times you'll like move your stop loss and it won't take. Other problems I've had is it'll give you the wrong account balance or the wrong drawdown amount, which is crucial. Like, you're trying to manage your risk, right? You're trying to make sure you're within your drawdown limits, and it's giving you false information. So I've never run into those issues when using TradeAvate with Inside TradingView. Sometimes you can have execution problems with trades with the broker plugin on TradingView, but I always have TradeAvate open in a web browser anyway, and at the end of every session I'm always closing out all positions. So once I jump off the computer, I just hit the close all button, just in case there's any stray orders that haven't been cancelled. Use the sniper rifle low, yeah, so it's not going to beep on autofill, etc. That's a good idea, have the old sniper rifle entry. Data mining, yeah. Everyone's data mining, man. Like every website, every app, every platform you go to, they're all collecting data on you. It's like, I remember a lot of people were talking about like why these prop firms, some of them don't have like a daily loss limit. And they were saying like, oh, surely if the aim is to get people to buy more challenges, sorry, with the exchanges, the prop firms that do use a daily loss limit, right? So they only let you lose X amount, and then you have to wait for the day to reset. A lot of people are saying, well, if they want you to spend money and buy more challenges, wouldn't it make more sense to not have a daily loss limit and just let you hit the maximum? But they've obviously got the data to say that, you know, those who do use the daily loss limit are more likely to breach their accounts. So that's why they have it there. Eddie nailed another 50x short 1 minute wolf wave for 200%. Did you post it in Empire? Let's have a look. Oh, that was the other one. Yeah. Nero. Good stuff, bro. It's good to finally see some movement in the crypto market. You guys are smashing them out. Look at all the wins. What's Sammy posted? The 200% trade he was looking at was, yeah, crypto asset. This one. If you If you want to have a look at this platform, Empire, the link's in the description. You can sign up for a free account, and you can even get a free trial, free 14-day trial for the premium. Premium gives you access to daily live calls with all the coaches as well. Full technical analysis course, strategies. Come on. Come on, market. What's happening? What is this one doing? Oh, now this one wants to decide to push. Got some absorption there. Might invalidate that setup now that it put that low in. That's a bit annoying. That's a bit annoying. That should be there. See if it's going to reject off that 9 EMA. If it's going to get trend continuation, it should reject off of the 9 EMA here and push down. Now starting to print these zones though, it's got a bit of absorption. It might actually come up to test this level now. There are a few wicks to the downside though, so we'll likely come back to sweep that at some point. Question is, do we push up a little bit more first? What's my stop loss for this? It's like $120 stop loss. 160 would still be there. I'm gonna put it there. Seeing as I want to risk 200, 250-ish. What else? What else? This one wants to go. %90 win rate. That's epic, bro. That's epic. Oh. So one of the other indicators that I was working on, but it gives way too many signals at the moment. It needs to be refined. I need to be able to separate it so it only gives A+ confirmation labels in the settings. But it's quite good at giving you your levels as they come through. And sometimes it'll give you like little short signals, but see what I mean? There's too much noise. So sometimes you get the short signal, not always 100%, but you've just got to use it in conjunction. You can see it behind there, in conjunction with the other forms of analysis. Another short signal there. But yeah, it just needs to be tidied up. Another short signal there. Works in progress. See, the other one is it colors the zones based off of how strong that level is. So, for example, if we do this one here, looking like it might do a bull flag type structure, price comes up, gets that break, and see how quickly that level come in. So we've got our little red dot, we got the wick to the upside, we got the bearish engulfing, and then we got the absorption A+, the levels come in, it's telling us that there's a local top there, and then we got the sell-off. Then it put the zone in there for the bounce, potentially bouncing off of this level again now. Still needs to be back tested before I want to start using it properly. Let's see what it looks like on here. Trial strategy. See, we got the red dot there, but see how we got the different colored green zones. So this one here would be the stronger green zone. See what I mean? Sometimes you get inconsistent signals, so you get like a short. In this case, it come down a little bit, but it's not like a full-on trend reversal. But any sort of indicator, like it should just be like supplementary. Like you shouldn't base your entire strategy around one indicator, because you're not always going to get 100% accurate. They'll often give you false signals, and you need to be able to understand like how strong some of those signals are. It's just one layer of it. So when you think about it, your TA is kind of like your nutrition, and your indicators are like your supplements, right? So supplements should never replace good nutrition. You should get most of your protein from food sources, but if you can't fit all of your protein into your food, then you take a little bit of supplements on the side. You'll see up here we've got major red resistance, so we can expect if price does come up there, we'll probably start to reject as well. Yellow zone, not quite as strong a level of resistance. It's more of like a cautionary one. See the green zone down here, that's where the strong level of support is below. Usually when you start trading through the zones like that, it kind of weakens them. Ideally you'd like to see the rejection off of the zone instead of in between it. And then you see that the indicator has to be tuned for the different time frames, because you see once you get to the 1 minute, it's like, what the fuck is this? So, oops, and I somehow managed to add the other indicator to the bottom of this one. How the fuck did I do that? When did I do that? I must have done it ages ago. Here we go. Failed auction theory, the pins, or Morningstar setups. Measures volume. I did have another indicator that it took multiple value area highs and lows and POCs, and it looked for confluence within a range in regards to different layers of volume as well. So depending on how price reacted to those levels, and then what it would do is it would mark out a zone where there's confluence of all those intersecting levels, and then it would give it like a score rating. That's another one I'm working on in the background at the moment. It's an ongoing process with like building your own indicators, because you got to build them out, and then you don't want them to overpower the chart too much, because otherwise, like when I first start my analysis, ideally I don't want to have any indicators on. I just want to look for simple market structure, support and resistance, supply demand areas, and then I can use the indicators to help me find those entry points. But yeah, you've got to back test and forward test all of those indicators as well, and the strategies to make sure they're effective. Yeah, so IB type thing, yeah. let's have a look at this bad boy. Market should be open in about half an hour. Oh, now crude oil wants to fucking roll over. There wasn't really much to go off there except for that little 1 minute double top. See if we zoom in though on the double top, you can see double top there, bearish engulfing, second double top, likely had the retracement probably 618 or 707. Yeah, just tapped 786, closed below the 618, so that's quite bearish. And then you've come in, tried to put another top here, failed to close above that, and then break down, bearish engulfing, break the structure. So now you've got two basically double tops. You've got the big one here and the little one there. Good confirmation if you were looking at the setup at the time. 1 minute moves fast though. Sometimes you sit there all day like we do. Now what I'd be looking for, because that 1 minute time frame setup has played out, I would be looking at running my fibs, and we're just assuming that this is the bottom of that move now, and now we're looking for, do we get a short term a larger time frame double top setup. So we'll start looking at alerts at key levels if it decides to come back, and then if it does, might be able to find an entry opportunity. So just back tested that cluster there as support. Bring the indicator on, see what's going down, see if there's any absorption come through or any sort of zone. Yep, so we had the absorption right on that pivot there, absorption, big bearish engulfing, big seller effort coming through. What else is there going on in the market? Let's have a look at gold. Big bounce off that level. So what I'm hoping for is some sort of double top formation, hoping that this is potentially just a manipulated move outside, because the delta is negative, and you can see that the volume is starting to taper off. There is some significant bearish div that's been happening as well. So I am looking for signs of some sort of a double top. Hopefully price will come back up to tap that level, and if it does, we could be in for a decent short, and very similar to what we saw on some of the other assets. So like if this does start to top out up here and we get the short, we can either take profits there, or if we want to run like a manual trailing stop, potentially short it all the way down to this level. Next point of support just here, resistance. It's on there. Nice horseshoe retest there. This is the setup we want to. First out indicator, trade intraday view. Whoa, 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 whoa. Push him back up. See what happens when it gets there. There's a good level there that's come through, but there's still a big wick to the downside here, so we'll probably come back for the liquidity on that. And I want to see how price is going to respond to the key fib levels, the 707, if it comes up higher as well, and if it decides to do an expanded flat, it could come up to the 113. Running out of alerts now. Let's have a look at, see if the trial strategies put some levels in there. You see a nice green level. There's a red level up here. A lot of noise on the lower time frames though. Bit of, there's a bit of liquidity on that top move as well. What's this one doing? It's going to come up and try tap that level. Trying to break that high now, or retest that high, should I say. There is a level just there. What's my stop loss on that? See, 250 would take me to there. It gives me a little bit more room. I don't really want to adjust it though. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. We'll just look for another entry. There we go. Stopped out on that one, unfortunately, but that's alright. Just find another one. Find another setup. That one's coming back up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Would like to see a level come through on that. Got absorption there. time frame is that on? That is on. We're looking at something like that. 240. Ideally, I'd like my entry up there. We have got the absorption now. See if we come back and grab it. Gold up in a nice DB. Let's have a look. Yeah, gold's tapping that resistance level that we marked out. Tapping the EMA. Let's have a look at this, see what this one's doing. So we are up into that resistance zone now, we're looking for. Look for signs of a rejection. See if we get some absorption.
Order filled, order filled.
To get there. See how we go. Come down and get my order. So you reckon it's gonna go down there? Yeah. Yup. What's happening here? Wants to have a nice rally. One, two, five. Needs to break above that cluster. This one. What was that other one we were charting before that we're having a look at? This one. I want to try and get another entry off here if I can. Because we have got nice bearish divergence. And we're at the 6180. We'll likely come back up to either test the top of that range though, just here. What's our stop loss going to be like? We could actually split our orders up off this if we wanted to. We'll have to break the contracts down though. See. Let's see. I don't think it'll actually get above that level there. It's gonna be 2. And if it breaks down, I think it comes lower than that actually. Because when it breaks down, we'll get rid of this because it's just too damn noisy, and we'll chuck on our fixed range volume profile for the sessions. Yeah. That's looking like the best point there because you've got the POC, the value area high, you've got the 707 there as well. Stop loss can cover the previous high. See, it's swept liquidity on both sides. So you got this tightening range here, you got the sweep, sweep. But I think if it breaks down, we definitely come down lower. Got the value area low there. You got 2 big wicks to the downside on the higher time frames as well. Even though we've bounced off the 9 EMA, we've still got that bearish divergence and there's liquidity left over from that. This could be just like a big gravestone. Actually, have a look. Want to see if there's confluence with this. Got the trend moving average just above us too. Not really showing us much on those time frames. Oops. Oops. Get that screen back so that you guys can see. Yeah. We'll put a sell order there anyway. And then there's that zone there. See if it'll come up and tag that entry. If it doesn't, then we won't worry about it. Won't stress. The other thing I'm sort of interested about at this being a good level of resistance, right, is obviously the divergence in volume, the delta being negative. But you're also getting like your volumes, as price is printing, the volumes coming down, it's declining. gonna want to come up and get my order. All right, well, I'm gonna keep that order there, and if it hits it and it plays out, then good. I'll leave those other positions that I've got to run as well. It looks like we're in profit on one of them, which is good. Starting to get a little bit of room. I can now move my stop loss down. This one's still sitting above here. But good, we're seeing some greens right across the board now. We do have that level there, so now that that level's come in, that's where I'm going to put my take profit just above that. Another little one here, but I think we'll sweep that as we come down. The other thing I'll look out for, we'll chuck a trend line on there. Good session. I fitted 3 today. Asia, London, and might just get the start of US. Man, you're in it for the long haul. Yeah, good stuff. We'll probably jump off before the US session anyway. If you do want to jump on a live for the US session, come over to Empire. Use the link in the description. You can sign up for an account, get a free trial membership, and you'll be able to jump on Carlin's live trading session for the US. Looks like he's already jumped on now. So I think I'm going to end the stream there, fam. Thank you very much for jumping on. If you've liked and subscribed, then thank you very much. If you want to use any of the affiliate links in the description, you can get 90% off Apex using the affiliate link and the coupon code RAZ. And if you also want to jump on for a live trading session for the US, use the Empire link in the description, and Carlin will be running that call. Thanks, team. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll be back again next Tuesday doing some live streaming, live trading.